Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Ron Ungerman, and I actually work for Ultimat. And so we'll be talking about the Ultimat and demonstrating the Ultimat. A little bit about my background. I've worked for Ultimat for over 25 years now. I own my own Ultimats, and I rent them out, and I'm an operator for Ultimat. I will be talking about the Ultimat, but I'll also talk about the bad things about Ultimat, because those are the things you really need to know. What it can do is very much. It's what it can't do that you need to know also. All right, so we'll be going over that. Now, anytime you have a question, just tell me, and I will stop and we'll talk about it. But basically, Ultimat's been around for 35 years now. Obviously, we do blue and green screen. We also have software that works for nonlinear editors. But Ultimat started off as a film company. And the first film that my boss's father worked on was Ben-Hur. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's a big movie in the States in the 1950s. And that was the one that started what we call the blue-green difference system, is which the Ultimat is based on. And I believe he won an Academy Award for that. Before that, he worked for Disney and did Mary Poppins and other things, and did what they call a sodium process, which is another matting process. So our history is pretty deep into film, and then we kind of fell into video. And till present day, we have the Ultimat 11, which is what this is, and it's designed to do more virtual studios type compositing, which is what you use. Most of our business now is for virtual studio. The film end still uses our software, but a lot of their stuff is not doing virtual, but target recognition, pattern, and all that. But for the virtual studio, this is the product that does it. All right, so let me get started. I'll start with the PowerPoint.
We have to translate.
Okay.
大家好，我是中奇科技的小叶哈。那我今天会帮你们做一些简单的 training， 对不起，简单的翻译哈。那原则上他讲的其实蛮简单的，一开始他是提他们的Ultimate 这公司的一些历史。那这部分我想如果有兴趣的话，你可以上网查看看。那这跟我们今天上课比较没关系，我就不提了。那我们今天会做的一些training 也会随时，如果你们中间有任何的问题，就直接发问出来。如果你们可以直接讲英文，或者是讲中文，我帮你们做简单的翻译这样。那我们接下来会开始做PowerPoint 的 presentation 哈。那如果一样中间有问题，任何问题，你可以打断他，或者是直接跟我说，我来打断他。
那我们有教材。
教材之前都给你们的。那这边我们有印了几份纸本，如果有需要的话，要做笔记的话，就过来拿就可以了。好不好？记得有上课的人麻烦到要去签到，不管事前或事后都可以签到。
OK，Thank you。
还有人需要教材的吗？这边还有3本。
送你1本，你觉得有可能吗？我再印给你。有可能。好。
可以再往前坐一点，我们就不用讲话讲这么大声。因为这边还有一些位置。这个位置
哦，OK。
开玩笑，我小本的可以写进去，小本可以写，大本方便我写。
OK。
OK。
他讲 PowerPoint 吗？糟糕。你不是来上课的，你不是种子教官吗？我来工作的，没关系，我们可以跟他 share， 然后后面就好。然后那个电子档案在记。
Okay, this I'll just show you quickly a virtual studio that I did. This was 2 years ago, They do it every year. This is for the U.S. Tennis Open. They rent all the gear from me and Joe Lewis, who does the jib. This studio uses 2 pedestals and 1 jib to do the compositing, and then 1 Ultimap for each camera. So I like to point out that this area, this is a real desk, not a blue or green desk. We're using a green screen. When you do virtual studios, I highly recommend that you actually use real set pieces. Real desk, real floor, if you can. This way the talent can interact with the set piece and not have to look at something blue or green. All right?
这是一个他们在2年前在 tennis 的在美国的一个 tennis 活动的 opening 的开幕活动。那这个是他们使用跟就我们熟悉的这个天妹的这个就他们一起合作的。那使用了3台 camera， 然后每个 camera 用了一个 Ultimate 11这样。那他提到了前面这个桌子是一个真实的桌子，那任何的状况下都尽量使用一个真实的桌子，看起来比较真实这样。
Okay. Also, notice here we have a ticker that's going to go, and this is data that's coming in live to the virtual studio. I'll go ahead and play some of this. So that's moving. So also, to show you, to build a background, we have this is the green floor, but also you notice there's a balcony up here. And when you build a virtual studios, keep in mind that the cameras stay in one position and you move the background to fit what you want to do.
这是一个绿幕的背景啊，那跟你们的状况应该是一样。那后面的阳台这些都是有点 bakery is from VSS right？
Is the virtual control, the virtual studio.
所有的背景都是从engine 的输出去产生的。那原则上尽量是用背景去符合你的前景，就是你要拍摄的主体去为主，然后背景为辅这样。
Okay. So that is the green screen. And you notice the lights up on the studio that hang below the green. And also notice the different color green that we have there versus here. This is a more acceptable green. It will allow us to hold more greens against the green screen and also make your shadows more visible. And I have, I'll show you. I have the green screen here, so you can. I'll show this to you later. But this is the color green that we usually normally use, which is a digital green.
他们说这个绿色叫 digital green。
Yes. Yeah.
这个颜色对他们来说的 key 的效果会是最好的。
This is the paint.
那今天的我们的绿幕跟它的不太一样，不过我们应该可以把它调教的类似的状况。
他们好莱坞这种都绿啊。对啊，他们拍电影真的比较。
brings things lighter than.
It's brighter, yes, more luminance.
It's easier for lighting.
Yes. Well, as long as we're here, I'll jump ahead a little bit. The Ultimate works on what we call a blue-green difference. So in the green's very high. The next lowest color is blue. And that difference should be on the waveform monitor about 35 to 40 units. What that means is anytime the Ultimate sees that difference, it knows it as the green backing and turns the background video on. Now, if your difference gets smaller, it'll get noisier and you won't hold as many greens against the green screen.
意思说做蓝幕跟绿幕的时候呢，蓝幕基本上在色彩的基调上来，它是比较偏暗的，那绿幕是比较偏亮的。那原则上，当你的range越来越少的时候，你就会出现越来越多的 noise， 就一些杂讯在里面。So the green or the blue, which is better?
Which is better, the green or the blue? It does not
Because
matter.
you mentioned about the range will be cause the noise or something.
Right. The better the separation between green and the next lowest color, which is blue,
Yes.
is best. So
The green and blue are the best.
well, yeah, you have to use blue or green, but what I'm saying is if this is green,
Yeah.
the next color is blue down below it,
Yes.
and then red,
Yeah.
because there is no pure green, right? Green is made up of high green,
Mm-hmm.
the next color is blue, and then red.
Mm-hmm.
And we want that difference to be 35 to 40 units between green and blue. Does that make sense?
You mean the pure color?
Well, there is no pure color
Yes.
in paint or fabric.
Yes.
So the Ultimat works on a difference between the two. So we know the bigger the difference, the better the matte will be. That make sense?
Okay, the bigger difference means the bigger difference from blue and green.
Between the two.
Okay.
So if the green screen here,
Yeah.
it has say 20, 30, or 50 units of green.
Yes.
The next color will be blue. Maybe it's only 20. So the difference between them is only 20 units. So there's 20. But with this green, the green's at 80, and the next one down is 20. So
It's a luminous level.
well, it's not a luminance. It's the difference between the two colors.
OK，不好意思啊，这个部分他提的意思就是，当绿色跟蓝色的这个中间，如果你的range 越大的话，你会越好 key 的。那如果绿色跟蓝色，因为没有纯绿跟纯蓝这个事情，所以当绿色跟蓝色中间如果range越来越小的话，你当有 key 绿色的话，它可能就会有杂讯出现这样。这个事情我们后面应该还会在实作的时候，还会再跟各位再做更进一步的说明的。因为这个其实他今天会你们的教材里面会有提到一些 RGB 的色彩学的东西，那有兴趣的话可以看一下。那但是我们基本的东西我们因为我们只买2天的 training， 所以基本东西我们会花比较少的时间做。那一样，如果各位有什么问题的话，随时回馈给他，然后我们可以做一些讨论这样。
Okay. So here again, the desk is here, so you can see reflections in the glass. Now, if this is made out of just a green desk, you wouldn't see those reflections. So that's why it's nice to have real set pieces.
所以这个反光的部分，在一般绿幕的状况下，可能你没办法做这样反光，所以他说这个东西还是要真实的才会呈现这样子反光的效果的。
So here's another one. I think we can see the shadows under the chair here. Is a shadow because it's really there. They lit for it.
It's a real VSS.
Yes, it's it's a virtual background,
Okay.
but the chair is making a real shadow.
Okay, it really looks like real.
Yeah.
It's green floor.
这个
It's a green
这个
floor.
是虚拟棚的一个案例哈，那你可以看到它的 shadow 的部分是很真实的。
我们常常使用的时候，有这种阴影的部分是没办法 key。
一般来说，就我以前的经验到现在，我们所有在台湾的 key 全部是把阴影都 key 掉的。但是在他们的资料里面，你可以看到他们都是把阴影都留着，然后就看起来这个整个过程就很真实这样。这个事情我们在
We can do
刚
that.
刚那个桌子，
Well, we
刚刚
will
玻璃桌
we will
是
make
反绿光
we show you.
它反的是背景光，
对对对，那个部分
这个是怎么
也是
做到的？
那个也是调整的地方，它有个叫 spill 的功能。The guy mentioned about the desk, the last page.
Yeah.
It shows the fraction of the glass and it's not green.
No, it's real. It's a real reflection.
So there's a spill color spill correction or something.
Yes, to get rid of the spill, it uses that. But if the camera sees a reflection,
Yeah.
the Ultimat will see it. Everything, fine hair detail, smoke, reflections.
So that's a modified result, right?
If the Ultimat's set up right and it's lit well, you should see everything the camera sees.
Yes.
So whatever the camera sees, the Ultimat will see.
Yeah. 所以那个部分其实是后来事后调整的。那个叫 spill color。那我们在实作的时候，我们也可以就你们的案例来把那个反射到主体的一些颜色，我们把它处理掉的。所以其实国外真的，你看他们的案例，对不起，你看他们案例真的，他们都会把噱头都留下来。但是说真的，我们在台湾，甚至在你贵公司的有些节目是没有看到的。那这样让整个虚拟棚的状况会变得更真实，这样。
Okay, let me. Okay.
And we have the metal.
Good. Yes. Good question. All right, going to talk about that now.
Okay.
When they called me up to tell me, I said, what's the best to use? And I said, do not use chrome, because if you look at this, it's very shiny, and it will look at it and see green screen.
Yeah.
And so the Ultimat will put the background in that area.
Yeah.
So we did a little bit of a cheat here. You notice the floor is just a, where is it? Where's mine? Is just a brown, different color mesh. So when it reflects into it, it's not too bad. But if there was like this picture back here has fireworks moving, if it was down here, you would see that in there and it might disappear. But if you look really close, I don't know if you can tell, I had too much problem there. So we had to put tape, gapper's tape, gray tape, on that part all the way around, here and here. So you want to stay away from shiny objects on a green screen. Anything that reflects that will turn the screen on will reproduce your background in that area. This one worked out pretty good because all the color is the same from here to here is the same. So if it reflected in there, you would just see this brown.
Oh, okay.
So it was kind of a cheat.
So it's the background.
The background isn't
The
changing, so you don't see it in the reflection. But if the background was all this, you would see that in here.
So it's not the ultimate.
No, right. The Ultimat can't fix that.
只有你做得到，我们 ultimate 做不到。
So you see the chrome in this chair here? You see green in it. So the camera sees green. So the Ultimat sees green. And so it puts the background in there. So you want to stay away from reflections or mirrored images or mirrored objects. See how it's shiny? It's like a mirror, like a reflection. So
这样你知道就好。谢谢
the color green here on the floor is the same as here because it's a mirrored reflection. And so the Ultimat sees it.
So in this case, how do we to avoid that?
Either you get rid of it or you put the problem with your HD,
Yeah.
you can't put tape on it anymore because you see it. So you would have to actually remove that or reflect another color into it, which is very hard to do. So just stay away from
The metal.
shiny reflective
刚刚你们同事提到一个很好的事情，就是说他们这个案例里面，它的金属的材质的地方基本上会被反射。那他是找了一个它的背景是 the background is brown right，
Right. So it,
所以他找了一个相近色的背景去跟你的场景做结合这样，所以你会觉得这样很自然。但是如果在你们这样的状况下，这个绿色反上来到你的椅子的角的话，你就会看得出来那个颜色。那这个时候你是不是用一个类似的颜色去做你的背景会比较好？那就是要看做景的场景的人的一些巧思这样。
okay, another way to fix this, and last year when we shot this, I recommended that they put a real rug in front of the chairs. By putting something in front of it, now it doesn't reflect the green, and so now you can hold it. But you have to get rid of the green to make that work the best.
But if they use
A real rug, like a set piece,
Yeah.
it reflects the set piece, not the green screen.
But
So
in that case, they don't need to do the.
Well, I say the rug is only is this big, say.
Okay.
So they still have the background up here and all the way up here. But now the rug, this isn't green anymore. This becomes the color of the rug, so
Yes.
it reflects that.
Yes.
So that's a good way. I always recommend putting real floor if you have people sitting on them and stuff, because it adds to the realism.
所以如果还是坚持要用金属材质的话，他是建议放一个什么像毯子啊什么之类的在下面，然后让它反射出来是正常的这样。不然如果你们用绿色的背景的话，它怎么样它都会反射上来，那个是没办法修掉的。
Okay.
对，他现在底下用那个是真的地毯。
没有，现在它这个是
靠那个背景跟地板颜色接近来骗那个，对，就看它被 key 掉还是 key 背景的那个颜
放
色。
不是绿色的，
对对对。
放的就是一个。
它是刚刚说是 brown 色的，是棕色的，
那个
是 keep 棕色的背景。
反的。
So they understand that I actually put tape on here. You see, it's not reflective like this is, but you see there is no. It's flat now because there's tape on it instead of the chrome.
It's a tape.
It's like gray tape, so
Okay.
it's a cheat.
那个部分也是，它那个部分原则上应该是金属了哈。那它是用 tape 的方式把它贴起来。其实，在 HD 的状况下，不可能就一定看得出来是 tape 啊，但是 SD 可能是没问题的这样。可以看到它的背景的基调，其实跟它的要 key 掉的颜色是很相近的。
对对，一定要这样的。
Okay, you saw before that the talent was down here with the desk.
Yeah.
They moved the desk out, and now he's standing up on the balcony. So the VizRT would take your background and shift it down. So where he was standing here, he's still standing there. They just moved the background so it looks like he's standing there. So now he's on the second floor instead of the first floor. And that's just a simple shift of the background. Takes 10 seconds once you get the right position. You don't move the camera, you move the background.
昨天提到就是刚刚一开始有提到，就是说它主体其实是背景去迁就主体，像这个状况，刚刚一开始人是站在1楼的地上，然后还有一个桌子，他先把桌子拿掉之后，然后直接拍摄主体，然后把它放在第2楼。那这个在 engine 里面其实就是一些位置的调整，就是 XYZ 轴的调整而已。
Okay. Oops. I didn't want to do that. I took that all over. I don't think I can fast forward.
In this case, we don't have a shadow.
Right. but I show you right here. I'll show you the shadow. So here we lit for the shadow. So you see a shadow there? Now, there was only supposed to be one person in the shot, but the director put 3 people in. So it made it very hard. We only lit for one. But you can see a shadow there. So when he moves around, and it's just a faint shadow, so when he moves, it looks like he's really on the floor. The trick is where the virtual world and the real world meet is at the feet. My foot on the virtual floor is where the two meet. So if I don't have a shadow, it doesn't look real. And some people might not know what's wrong, but they know something is wrong. But the minute you put the shadow in, it connects the person to the virtual world. So it's very important to make a shadow. And it could be any shadow. It could be going more than one shadow is always better. Because when you're in a studio, if you have multiple lights, you have multiple shadows. So don't be afraid to have more than one shadow.
他这边提到那个 shadow 在虚拟棚里面的一个重要性啊，就是当我们有了 shadow， 当我们的虚拟棚有了 shadow 之后，你就看起来很真实的。那原则上，他们建议说不要尽量把 shadow 留下来，不管是就是人很多的状况下，还是把 shadow 留下来，那会比较看起来你的画面会很真实这样。那个 shadow 的目的就是让人跟你的背景会结合在一起，这样会有一个互动这样。
Okay. So you see it moving. Now we're back to the desk. Another shot, just a different perspective of the background. So also, I wasn't here for this shot, and I would have changed it. You notice that the rail is in front of him, and that's using the matte signal from the virtual set. We also have a thing that we call layering, which I'll show you. So this is a piece of glass. You can have reflections in it, and he'll be standing behind it. But what doesn't look right, the perspective is wrong here. You see the rails are here, and they probably should be here. Unfortunately, when they shoot this, I set up for the first week. They shoot it for 4 weeks, and I'm only there 1 week, and then I go to IBC. But this one, this is where you need a good eye to know perspectives. So obviously, the rail should be taller in this. Instead of at his knees, it should be at his waist.
I'm not sure the perspective is from the VSS design or.
Yes, it's from, well, they would see what happens is they didn't know they were going to put someone there.
Yeah.
And then the director says, I want someone there.
Yeah.
So now they would have to just make the rail taller.
So
That's
a
a Viz RT.
design.
Yeah, well, it's a design,
Yeah.
but then they have to
make
it bigger to fit.
OK，这个部分，它就是说第一个，它脚前面这一个地方其实是一个 mat， 就是一个 mat。那它比较特别的地方，他想要提到的地方是这个 mat 下面这个 glass 这个玻璃的材质这部分，他为了想要这个导播想要让这个人看起来比较长，所以他做了一点 tricky 的部分，他是把那个脚的部分延长。那这个是在景 design 的时候要设计的。那还有同时你可以看到那个 glass 的透过的材质的部分，它也是透过 design 的时候要设计的这样。就是有没有补充
Does that make sense? Now you're not the artist, right? Are you?
It's alright.
I know a little bit.
Oh, you know a little bit. Okay. All right. Because it's not so much the virtual studio, but the artist that has to design it correctly. Okay, so this is a new feature in the Ultimat, which we call layering. It's going to be very hard to understand.
Layer like Adobe layer。
Yes.
这个部分哈，我们要提到的是 layer 的观念啊，就是其实大家如果有做 Adobe 的软体的话，或者是其他的非线性或者其他软体的话，都会有 layer 的观念，就是一层接着一层，一层接着一层，那每一层都中间是透明的这样。
That's right here. Yeah, I must have unplugged it.
Okay. So
Let's see if
we're
it
talking
works.
about a layer.
Okay, so the layer is, again, this is all a virtual set. But this panel right here in front of her, you see this line? And then you can see through this. That's another layer in the Ultimat that the Virtual Studio is giving us. So this is the background. She is the foreground. And this is a layer that can be put in front of her or behind her. And it's another input to the Ultimat. So it requires two more inputs. One is the alpha channel and the layer channel, which I will show you in the PowerPoint. But it adds another layer that you can put in front of someone, a graphic interacting with. It's very unique and different.
这部分就是提到，一般来说，如果是各位在使用 Vis 的设备的状况下，它一定会有一个 Matte。那 Matte 你可以做这个，可以把一般来说我们的 Matte 是把后面的东西遮掉，哦，就是拍到假设拍到虚拟棚之外的东西，它会把它遮掉。那他们还有另外的功能是可以加一个 layer，the layer with the alpha right？
Yes.
And then need another
I
one,
need two,
two
matte and a
然后
layer.
它还可以在这个设备里面再加一个 layer 上去。那你可以看到，除了 Vis 产生的背景跟切掉的部分之外，你还可以再加一个 layer 上去，让它的还有一个前景可以做更复杂的一些变化这样。
Okay, so now you see, actually you can kind of see this is over in this area. That's what we call the layer. It's against black. That's this object against black. That's what's coming into the Ultimat. And then also the alpha of this. That's what the layer is. But I want you also to notice that this is a piece of plexiglass, and you see her reflection in there also. So anything the camera sees, the Ultimat composite.
所以这部分就是他提到那个桌子的部分哦，桌子基本上是玻璃桌，那基本上都会反射，就像一开始刚刚那个桌子一样。那基本上摄影机拍到它就是这个样子，但是你可以透过Ultimate 去做合成的动作，把它尽量的清除掉那个反光的部分这样。
Okay. Okay, there's the blue screen. You can kind of see now she gets up. You see the reflection.
可以看它那个桌子的反光跟 shadow 的部分。
And there's her shadow. So you see a slight shadow, maybe more than one. But by her going on the ground, you can see, even though she's next to the blue screen, you don't see a lot of blue spill. And that's because of lighting and the Ultimat removing the blue spill.
就是 shadow 的部分，它原则上它应该都会有一些反射上来的一些E波，就是一些 spill 就是一些反射上来的颜色。那它透过了 Ultimate 的这个功能，可以把它 做一个处理，把它蓝色的部分拿掉，这样。你应该刚刚那个左上角是实景啊，其他的画面是透过 VSS 之后的画面的。
Also here you see all the hair detail. And again, this is lighting that helps get rid of the blue spill. It's both. 80% of doing Ultimat is lighting.
Oh, really?
Yes.
80% lighting. Not 80% on the.
Not in Ultimat.
But I still can see the right side.
A little bit on this side, yeah. And we'll go over that.
So
Okay.
This case is using blue screen.
Yeah, we're using blue. We always use blue because people at Ultimat don't like green. It smells bad.
His eye green.
Her eyes are green. Yes. Okay. So I think that's it. Any questions on the video? There'll be some more later, but.
Yes, you mentioned earlier the layer thing. You haven't explained it.
Yeah.
What's the difference if I add a key channel inside the same background and you'll be in front? What's the differences?
The differences is typically you just put a key in there, and if it's transparent and it's in front of the person, with the normal key you would see the background through there, not the talent. So this layer allows, if it's transparent, you see the talent and not the background.
So where's the front layer comes from? It's from the same engine?
From the same engine. Could you use a matrix board on the VizRT or NVIDIA?
Yeah.
DVS.
DVS?
Yeah, DVS.
With the VSS, the VSRT use the DVS card.
Right.
With the others, they use Metros.
Right. Well, I know on the Matrix you can put out 2 videos. And I'll show you later on in the PowerPoint. We also have to embed the matte channel. We have 2 matte channels going on 1 input. And I'll explain that in a little bit.
So the layer that we can set in front or in the back.
Right. You can force it in front or behind the person.
其实它那个 layer 的部分，它还可以再加2条线，是一个带 video 一个 alpha，它可以设定在背景主体的前面或者后面。哎，你刚刚要说的是这个吗？
对啊，没有，我要问的是，因为我在里面直接可以加阿法，
对
阿法的话，在一个背景里面，它就会跑到前面来。
对。
对，它是说有半透明的时候，
对，
它会人的那部分会被那个背景人的后面那个背景盖过去，所以会有点问题。如果只用一层的话，我现在有一个实体嘛，比如说我刚刚那个栏杆不是前面是实体，
对，
刚刚是没有透明度啊，可是玻璃的话有透明度，
对，
虚拟的玻璃，
但是
虚拟玻璃的话，它会把人背后的我的背后是不管是墙或者什么地面，
对，
它会贴到前面来。
但是那个玻璃那个前景是那个 layer 是有带 alpha 的，
对啊，
所以它
带阿法的透明会
对
会粘到背景去，会把背景的东西带过来，所以它是用另外一层，所以它才要用那个。所以我的问题就是为什么要用那个？为什么不用直接用那个阿法？
Okay?
sorry， 所以结论是什么？
没有，结论就是说用，就是如果你前面你用在人的前面要是有带透明度的话，
对，
玻璃带透明的话，
对，
会不能用，就是它会把后面就是人的后面的虚拟的背景会跑到前面，到前面来。对。
对，它那个，那它一定是2个，你 V 只要输出2个讯号才可以啊。
对。
但是你的 VSS 只有1个啊，所以它是另外一台字幕机还是什么样的设备去再送？对，所以就那个状况在他们这边是不成立的，这样。除非他们还要在另外一台 engine 去送另外一个 layer 这样。OK， 好，所以各位清楚那个 layer 的观念了。它就是这个设备，它可以再另外接2条 alpha 跟 video 线当前景 layer， 但是你要怎么跟 Viz 去做一起移动的虚拟的设定的话，那是另外的事情，这样。OK。
Okay, so as we're talking about layer, so there's a graphic layer. Now she walks behind, so you can see through her, or through the layer, and now she can walk in front of it also.
这个部分有点
它就等于是另外一个
有点像
video input 一样。
有点像 switcher 上面的 layer priority， 有点像 switcher 上面的 layer priority。
But see, it's translucent now. You're seeing through it, so we can see her behind it. And then prioritize it. Now she walks in front. So this is the graphic, the layer against black. That's its alpha channel. Now you notice we're seeing black through this. So this part will be translucent. This part will not. Wherever it's 100% white, only graphic. Anywhere it's gray, it's graphic and background, or if the talent walks around it. So up here you can see that is her composited together,
不要跟你讲。
the layer, and then the matte. So all three of these, or these two, will make our composite.
那这边提到就是它
动态怎么做？
that's come from CG right？
Right. This all of this comes.
像
You have
如果在你
CG.
们这边的状况的话，就是就是一个人在一个虚拟环境里面，然后他现在是再加了一个 CG 的 video 跟 alpha 进去，然后会产生像左上角那样子的状况。那它可以设定在这个你 CG 的画面是在前景或者在后景，在背景这样，就是在这个主体的前面或者在后面，它就是一个设定的。
Okay. I think there's one more.
它是用阿迪美的前。
那这个前景背景的这个事情，其实你们可以在 switcher 上也可以做到啦，但是那是因为我们已经把讯号合成起来，变成一个虚拟的讯号了，一个虚拟景的讯号。如果一般来说那样的设定，其实在 switcher 上面也是可以做到的。
Yes.
对，我们一直没有用到。
So you can see here, this when we looked at the matte signal, that was translucent, but this was solid. So you don't see her behind there, and we don't see the background, just the graphic. But right here, we see the graphic and the talent and the background. Without the layer, if we just do the key, we would see the background in this area, not the talent. So that's the difference between a layer and a key signal.
所以这边提到key 跟 layer 的观念的不同啊。那 key 基本上你 key 的时候，假设是像这样子一个 CG 只给一张 video 的话，它的透明度就不，如果当你 key 的时候，透明度就不见了。但如果给 alpha 的话，你就可以设定成 alpha 的透明度，100是最亮，然后黑是最暗，然后那个中间的参数都可以调整的。
Now this one is the same thing. It's a layer, but we also use a company called Motion Analysis. This was the first year and it didn't work so well, but last year they perfected it and it works very good. It's basically, they put a reflective material on your hand and they know where you are in space, so you can activate certain things like a button. So that's what this is. As you can see, this is all a layer. And these are translucent layers, so you can see through it. So now she touches a button, and it activates some other effect.
They call it motion button.
Motion Analysis, it's a company. And that's the layer, that's the map.
So the layer follow the.
Right, they both follow each other, and they both track. Now she's in front of it.
One more.
One more time. So that's her hand making this object come up.
So we use the hand.
Right. The hand animates a button. Now that's the mat and the layer. So now she's behind it, and now you'll see I'll turn it off, and she'll be in front of it.
Jimmy, her hand's got some.
Her hand has some reflective material,
Okay.
and they put up infrared cameras, and they know where you are in X, Y, Z space. So if your hand goes above your head, it can turn on a button. Or if it goes this way, or you can take the slide and move it back and forth. It's this year they're very good and they're very workable nowadays. But it requires like 18 cameras, the infrared cameras, to be up in the rafters. It's starting to become popular in the United States now.
所以它这里面还有另外一个技术叫 motion analyst， 就是那它可以做一些互动的功能这样。
Okay.
那它主要是还是要说 layer 的前景跟后景的关系啦。
Can I just go here?
好看奇怪，都没有秀出来，就这个跟那个是不一样的。
Okay. So now starts the boring part. You probably already know all this, but just in case. This is the back panel of the remote, the SR2. And this is the main unit. The connections go from the RS485 to the main unit. And then you loop out of this one into the next one. As you know, this has the VGA out, which we're seeing right there. You can also hook up a keyboard and a mouse with these two, either OS2 or the USB. The Ethernet and the data port, well, the Ethernet does not work, and this doesn't work. This is a GPI input. The RS-232 is for updating, obviously the remote from here to here. And then on the bottom, you want to do that so far.
这部分主要是我们开始讲一些无聊的事情啊。那但这个真的很重要，这个就是一些 cabling 的地方哈。那上排的部分是remote 是这个的后面的后面的接口哈。那下排的部分是主机，那主机现在在你们机架上面，它的接口原则上这个样子。那所有的remote 一台 remote 可以控制四台主机，一台 remote 可以控制4台主机，那它透过串联的方式，哦，像中间那个圈圈的左边的圈圈，它是接到下面的这个圈圈，然后下面右边的这个 port 再接到下一台做串联这样，所以一台可以接4台，好，那我们的 remote 可以接 monitor 监看，也可以接键盘滑鼠控制这样。好，然后这个 RS232 的部分，它是做升级用的，就是如果我们需要升级这套系统的时候，我们是透过 RS232 去做升级的。And then how about GPIO is
For triggering from a switcher, so they can trigger a file.
It's a GPI and GPO, right?
Yeah.
OK， 那 GPIO 的部分就是可以被 switcher trigger， 或者是可以去 trigger 其他的设备这样。
Okay. Then this area here is our outputs. Monitor out, that's what the operator should have. The monitor out will allow us to use these buttons here. So you can look at the foreground, the background, the matte, and the composite. But these outputs here is the program out, so that will not be affected by these buttons. Only the operator will see with this output. And then also the matte out is right there. So this should be hooked up to the video operator. This hooks up to the program out.
基本上这个设备有4个 output，那前面2个，左边的2个，它是可以让 monitor 是监看 monitor 的人可以监看，那可以看到是 matte 或者是 foreground 前景或者是 matte。那后面2个基本上是 program， 所以原则上这2条线应该是有一条会接到 switcher 去做切换。
Okay, so last is the 4 It's actually a router. Typically, the number 1 input is the foreground. It's also our reference. So you always want video going to the number 1 input. Next to it is the loop through. So you can loop the video through. Background, key signal, and layer or another camera. So those are also what we have here. You can see number 1 input is foreground, number 2 is background. Then here's our alpha input, and the number 4 input is our layer. So this menu relates to the back panel, and you can switch them on this menu to route them any way you want. But always remember, the number 1 input is your digital reference. Okay.
接下来提到的是 input 的部分，那我们可以看到这个上面很明显写 foreground、background、key 跟 layer。那原则上这个是它的两个 port， 一个是 in 另外一个是 loop through， 另外一个是 loop through。所以然后你原则上第一个 foreground 一定是要接数位的digital讯号，那同时它还要当 reference 用。那后面的你任意接都可以，但是你要在这个页面里面去做 routing 的动作。你要去设定说我的第2个、第3个、第4个是什么，对啊，在这个页面里面去做。原则上，如果你们照标准的作业流程的话，应该是照这样的接法这样。
Okay. So here's the hookup for 1 unit. There's the RS485 to the main unit. Then if you want to loop into the next one, just another cable, cable, cable.
这边就是说明了它怎么连接遥控器如何去连接4台主机怎么的连接方式的。
Then you already know this. In the front panel of the unit you take off, this will adjust the ID for the 4 units. So you have, right now you have 3, and those are switchable right here with 6 and 7. This is the video, so if it blinks every 3 seconds, that means it's happy. It's a little heartbeat, and the rest is for booting. If there ever is a problem and the unit isn't working, only one thing you can do is if you push up number 6, turn it up, turn the power off and on, and let this light blink. And once it's blinking, turn it back down. Hopefully it will fix the problem. That's the only thing you can do to repair the unit in the field. There is no adjustable parts in the unit. The bad thing is all your memory goes away when you do that. So it's a last case, right, factory default, right.
这个部分就是如果各位有看过它的主机的话，它的盖板掀起来之后，就是看到这样的一个界面。那左边的 Deep Switch 是可以控制你的这一个主机的 ID。第7个跟第8个Deep Switch 的目的就是让你设定说我的这一台的 ID 是多少。原则上1、2、3、4是从那边控制的。那刚好提到，如果你们的主机已经宕机还是干嘛的状况下，它是建议你们唯一可以做的事情就是把它设定到6，把6 on 起来之后，开机关机，然后再把它关掉，然后再开机。这个状况可以让这台设备回到原厂出厂设定值。如果这样子还不行的话，那可能就要报修之类的。If that don't work, we need to.
You need to send it back to me. Call me and I'll give you an RMA number. Okay. The first time it comes up, it looks like this, and you can see the the LED is lit. This one's just number 1. And then it says you have to select online unit. So you have to press this button. And I think you know how to do that. Once that's done, then this light gets brighter. And it says retrieving main units. Once that's done, it comes up in the map menu. So let me just talk a little bit about these are the menus. These are what we call hard buttons, and these are soft buttons. Hard buttons are you can switch units. Oops. And then here you can see these are soft buttons, so they switch when they light up. So these buttons here, menu control this, and these are the monitor out, and of course the knobs that adjust this control. These. Each menu has a reset button. So, well, let me start with this. The file clear resets everything. So if I turn the knob and hit file clear, it resets all the knobs. But let's say I just want to reset this knob or this menu. I can hit just right here, which is right there, and it will reset just this menu, nothing else. Now, if you want to reset just one knob, we just double tap on it and it will reset just that knob. So this resets everything to the Ultimat default. This resets just the menu here, and then touching the knob will reset just that one knob.
OK， let me。现在我们开始介绍一些这个Ultimate 的基本操作的部分啊。那其实这个部分应该很多人已经很清楚了。那我们就会把这个地方迅速的带过。那这个部分我讲完之后，我们是可以稍微休息一下，我们要换一下设备的位置这样。OK， 那原则上 Ultimate 的设备基本上你可以看到左上角是 Power 嘛，哦，那左上角下面就是 On Air。我可以像我们刚刚说，我们可以控制4台主机。所以你按1、2、3、4就是分别控制4台主机。所以当我们上机的时候，第一个动作就是按你要控制哪一个，好，然后再下来一个是 View， 它有 Foreground、Background 跟 Matte。那原则上这个是给第一个我们一定选择 Foreground 去选择我们要 key 的颜色。所以当我们按 Foreground、Background、Matte 的时候，我们对应的 Monitor 就会显示那个画面。好，然后再下来的右手边这个蓝色框里面，它就是一些 Menu 的选择键。当我选择哪一个按钮的时候，它右边这个视窗就会跳出来对应的 menu。OK， 我不晓得左下角这个有没有提到，左下角是存档跟 save 存档跟叫出 recall 键的。然后它的左边有一个叫 Fire Clean， 那就是当我按了这个之后，它就会回到这个所有的设定只会回到 default 的。OK， 好，那我们开始看右边，右边的荧幕的两边有8个按钮，那个是旋钮。那个是让你旋转参数的时候用的。那中间的这个画面就是菜单，就是 menu， 你可以任意去看我要选择哪一个设定，然后去对应你旁边的旋钮去做调整这样。那他有提到说这个每一个页面里面都会有一个 reset 键。如果你要回复那一页你已经设定的忘了不晓得设定哪些参数的话，你就按 reset， 那一页就会回到原来的设定。那如果你希望全部的设定都回来原来的回到原来的设定的话，你就按Fire Clear 左边的那个按钮。好，那因为我们要调整一下设备的位置，那不然我们休息5分钟好了。5-minute break。
OK。
所以你就分开了，他可能还要时间让。
大概你刚问的这样，正好跟大家。
那我可不可以再问另外一个问题？
请问？
因为刚刚讲到那个它会 delay， 就是你们有调整。
对。
昨天我们发生一个状况，是3个 Ultimate， 其中一个检查出来有误差，就影音开始不同步。
影音不同步跟
他的经验里面会不会有这样的状况？
但是影音不同步是 应该是 mixer 那边的设定吧，因为我们的这个
没有没有，
Ultimate 只是负责 video 的部分，它不是 audio 的部分。
但是它会慢，
你说 video 会慢吗？
跟声音开始不一样。
真的哦、
昨天
推过去给你
我们
看。
在6点多录的，
不会啊，因为这个比较清楚啊。
前面录的气象跟财经都 OK，但是体育周报被 VTR 的人检查出来，其中一机
只有一
跟它
集
水影的影音不同步，会有这样的状况。
This day, mentioned about the issue yesterday. They got three camera with three ultimate, right?
Uh-huh.
And only one unit, one ultimate unit powers the audio and the video. Nothing.
等下再换过来。
Audio and video, or I mean
堂
the
哥用心良
backgrounds
苦
are.
啊，不要辜负他的好意。
Audio and video. So I told this to her that it's not. That's the problem not from ultimate.
Well, we do pass video through, but only on the number one input. So if they're pushing video on Vidzi, it would have to be on the number one input, and then it will
Others.
output the audio on the output.
不会啊，在哪里？
这部分
input 啊，哦，在这里。
audio 的部分跟 ultimate 比较美观啊，但是可能要查看
VGA
那边。
嗯，
对
对对对对对对对对对对。
这可能要再查看看。
不好意思，历史中传线。
Okay.
好小。
对，它要并在一起一点。
没有，刚不是这样，是它是双语。
I'll go the other way.
讯号源对吗？
Is that daughter?
Yeah. Daughter and son.
Daughter and son.
Okay.
洗澡。
再来一次就好。
Oops. I don't think the resolution may not be right. Yeah, but I don't think that's. It was working. It might be the resolution of that monitor. Oops. We need to choose a better resolution. I'm not allowed to do that. So, extend and go on resolution. So lighting a blue or green screen takes about twice the amount of time as it does just a normal set, because you have to light the talent and the screen all at the same time. Typically we say if you're on a blue or green screen, the lighting ratio is 1:1, meaning the light that falls on the talent also falls on the green screen. So a 1:1 ratio is about the best you can do when you're doing a virtual studio. If you're not shooting the floor, you can light at a different ratio, because now the light that hits them doesn't light the floor. So if you can move the person from the green screen away, you can light them independently. But if you're doing a virtual studio, the lighting is going to be a 1:1 ratio. Does that make sense? The light that lights up the talent, typically they might have a light that's brighter on the talent than the background. But since we're lighting both of them, the light that falls on them also falls on the floor. So the amount of light that hits them usually is also hitting the floor. So it's a 1:1 ratio. There we go.
我们现在接下来是要说 lighting 的部分灯光的部分。那原则上在虚拟摄影棚的部分，它其实对背景跟对前景是一样的意思，所以
if you're casting a shadow, the light that lights them also lights the floor, so it usually turns out to be a 1:1. You need to light them similar.
所以对于背景跟对前景来说，它就是要把它打得均匀就可以了，没有特别对背景或特别对前景的问题这样。
Okay, so here we are. So I just hit the file clear, and that's the Ultimat setting, looking at this green. If I, that's not too bad. We don't have a lot of green spill that I see, a little bit in her hair there. And so just to go over lighting, we want to eliminate the green spill as much as possible with the light. So we usually have side light and backlight, which you pretty much do right here. We have them off right now. But notice there is a little bit of, looks like green right on the edge of her hair there. Maybe a little bit. If we turn on the side light or backlight, that might go away. So you have to, with Ultimat, you have to find out, is it the Ultimat problem? Is it the lighting problem? Or is there a camera artifact that's causing the problem? That's the biggest problem with Ultimat, is you got to figure out which one is causing the problem.
各位看到它现在这个吗？我先讲一下，它刚刚按的Fire Planner， 就是说这个它自动会帮你找到你要 P 的颜色，所以现在状况是这样。那发现了说，然后你们会发现说它的model 的右边头发边边会有一点 green， 有点绿色的反光。好，那它意思就是说，如果这个灯源这个光源是在后面的话，那个反光就会看不到，就会被消掉。那同理可证，如果任何的事情你在前面看，你在 monitor 上看到，你就要去推论说这个原因是导致从哪个原因来的，是灯光来的 ，camera 来的，还是engine 来的，还是 bits 的成品来的？那就这个状况来说，它是从灯光来的，所以要么你就是把灯的这个测光源，我在后面补一盏灯光，把绿色的部分消掉。那要么就用其他的方法。OK， 所以你第一个要先找出来问题在哪里。第一个问题要先找出来问题在哪里。
Okay, so if I go to the foreground direct, you notice her arm right here is very dark. It also looks a little green, so it's reflecting the green from the screen. So I would suspect that when I turn the mat on, the Ultimat, I will see the background. That's what we call print through. Okay, so if I look at this, you can see there's the background, see the orange. So it's printing through, the background's coming through. I can look at the mat, and you see in her red area, it's all nice and red, or solid white, but her arm here isn't. So it could be two things. One, either it's lighting or it's the Ultimat. Now I can go in the matte mode here and bring this level up, and then even the black density there. So now it's gotten solid. But notice the background, all that noise in there. It doesn't work so good on the screen. There's a lot of noise in there. So if I go and say that looks good, you notice the background now, we have all the noise in it, and then the greens come up. I'm not printing through here anymore, but I've destroyed the composite. So this is where I have to say, I can't fix it in the Ultimat. I have to add light to that side. So if I pull this back down to something normal, so now her hair looks better, but I'm printing through there. So you have to know, see what you're looking at the camera and look at the composite and see if the problem is lighting or Ultimat.
所以我们可以看这个 model 的左边的手啊，那它就是因为第一个我们发现它是没有光源，导致那个手会有剃不干净，然后绿色会反射在手上，同时被剃掉，那我们就可以直接穿透过去看到它的背景，那这样是不对的。那刚刚他做了一个是把 matte 去做 density 的部分，把它调整更比例更高，就像做 contrast 把 contrast 调高一样。那你可以看到它已经不会透过去，但是同时它的后面的背景 noise 就出来了。所以这个时候我们应该回到源头去，在它的左边它的左边加一盏灯，去避免这样的问题。
Okay, can I turn on one of these lights? Is that?
电吗？
应该有些。
有电吗？有。
So now you see we added a light on that side, and now it looks like her natural flesh tones. So our matte is already set. So if I hit a file clear and look at the matte, so that's all we needed was light. We don't want to use the control to try to fix things if we can fix it with the light. So that's the trade-off. You have to know, is it lighting, is it Ultimat, or is it the camera? So if you can keep in the Ultimat these, where are they? These hash marks, these little white lines, that's the default. That's where it wants to be ideally. The closer you can stay to that, the better. So you know now we're right at the default. But notice as I turn this up, it gets noisy right away. What else can I do? Glare noise. But that was a lighting issue, not a compositing issue. So adding light solved the problem. And now her hair looks good, and just that right there. All right.
所以我们加了一盏光源之后啊，我们就可以看得出来它剃得会更干净。那我们刚看 matte 的部分，它就会，它的 matte 它就会显示它可以把主体剃得更干净。那当然我们还可以做一些调整，但是just say about it when we go to matte and we can do that.
Okay.
Now.
That's we're turning the matte on too hard. And so it's trying to hold the dark parts of the screen. That's why we're seeing all that noise.
So that's kind of a lighting issue.
Well, it's before we had the light on, I needed to turn this up more to fix it.
Yes.
But in fixing it, I caused another problem.
Yes.
So you want to make sure, is it lighting or is it ultimate? But we want to try to stay as close as possible to those little hash marks, the little white lines. That's too much?
But still, you got the break area is kind of quite noisy.
Right. Now I'll go over
that's
this.
That's the lighting issue.
No, I think that's going to be something else. I'll do that next. So you already talked about the light on the side?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so if I zoom in the camera to the screen, let's see. Very nice lens. Okay, so you see the camera can see the texture. And some of the texture is actually not green, it's maybe black. Unfortunately, the Ultimate sees the same thing. So if I try to set a matte on this color, I'll just hit File Clear. The matte, the Ultimate is saying, well, there's green and then there's black. And the Ultimate will keep the black and try to matte on the green. And that's why we're getting this texture. Then when we zoom out, it comes out kind of noisy. But we're still seeing it, even when we're zoomed out. This is what your background really looks like. If I turn on a window, that's the difference between the video that you're giving me and the one we're compositing. All right, so I'll just go over quickly how we set a matte, what we do. Let me just do this really quick. We got foreground. Process foreground. Okay, so, oops. Oh. So the Ultimate's looking at this green screen, right? Remember earlier I said we matte on the difference between green and blue. So if someone walked in with a different color green, it might hold that green because the difference between the green and the next lowest color, which is blue, say is this big. And if you bring in a different color green that's smaller, the Ultimate should hold it. So we're looking for that difference, all right? And from that, we make our matte signal, which is that. And then we make what we call a processed foreground, where now the background's turned on and the foreground's turned off. And this is just the opposite. This is what you would call your fill. And this is a processed foreground where the foreground's turned on and the background's turned off. So if I could take these two images, this one and this one, and we put them on a light table, two pictures on top of each other, you would come up with basically that picture. So that's how the Ultimate works. We suppress the green screen to a black. We make a matte signal out of it. And the matte signal tells us where to turn off the foreground and where to turn on the background. And that gives us our final composite. So internally, that's how the Ultimate works. So if we have a green screen that's not too green, it might be noisy. It might not hold as many greens against it, things like that. Those are the things we're looking for. So your green screen, in this case, is, and you can see it when we pan back and forth, you can see the texture in there. That's why we want to try to make the green as smooth as possible.
这边提到主要是因为我刚刚问他说那个我们的那个在 Mate 的状况下，后面那个黑点那些 noise 是什么，然后他就飞进去看，原来是因为这个背景的 texture 的质感的关系。好，那他刚好提到另外一个事情，就是刚好他有在模拟上看到你们资料里面的第二页，就是当我选择了一个 key 的时候，它自己会 processing 一个 Mate 出来。会 process 一个 matter 出来，然后它可以把这个 matter 直接放在你的 background 上面，然后再塞你 key 完的那个画面进去，最后变成一个合成的画面的。那这个过程你都可以拿来监看，说到底是哪一个环节出的问题。像我们可以看到我们的后面的那个质感的点出来了，那就是那个background 的问题。所以最后我们可以透过这样来去找寻问题在哪里。所以 they got the texture problem, how they fix that.
Different color or different texture. I would paint it more than this. The paint would be better.
We can like adjust the foreground.
Well, I don't know, because you can go into the camera and take the green and make it greener.
Okay.
But I don't think you can remove the texture. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
If it was a flat green, not a felt, then it would be easier to fix. But this is a physical property that's going to stay with us the whole time. On your other sets, do you use this fabric? It's the same? And you don't have, well, I know what you do. You just do this.
Clean up.
Clean up.
Yeah.
So you see that fixed most of it?
Yeah.
But look at her hair.
所以头发才会这样。
So the hair went away. Also, the shadow might go away. We'll test it.
问题出在绿板。So the problem is green screen.
Right. So that's why you don't have shadows, most likely. Because the minute you use more of this,
这很大笔钱，
所以可能要加下去，
就是 cost。
影子就消掉了。对。
well, we'll try
当我
to.
们把
Well, here,
不
let's
想要
let's.
看到的地方消掉，同
要
样
花大笔钱。
shadow 就不见了。
All right, so let's see. Do we see her shadow there? There it is. Okay. So let me just hit a file clear. I still don't see it. It's there, just slightly. So this is the shadow right here, but it's very light. Let me see if I can. Let's put in a test signal. So yeah, we are holding a shadow there. You can see it with the gray. It's very slight right now because we have a lot of fill light in it. The less fill, the darker the shadow is. But I can see I can see the texture in it too from the fabric. So it's really there. So now let's, to clean up the fabric, I have to turn the cleanup on. So watch what happens to the shadow. It's there a little bit, but let me turn on the window also. This is the level of our window. So we want that. Now see how that hard line, you see it? You see it all the way around?
Yeah.
So this is for Jesse? No, Jason. See the hard line? All right. So you can see the difference between the two. But if I take that window and soften it,
Oh.
see, now it blends in. All right? So that makes sense. And it's blending in. Your eye doesn't see it as much. So now I can move it out of the way. Yeah, we still have it somewhere. And now I can apply the cleanup. If we can stay under 15%, we're pretty good. But you really need to be about here. But you notice now the shadow's gone.
Yeah.
Remember earlier I also talked about the white line down here on the cove? That's this bright area right here. So to overcome that, I have to push it more into a clip. And I can, there, about right there. So now I don't have the shadow anymore. Also, look at the noise that came up on her skirt. So now I have to use more of this black gloss. So I'm using more and more controls to fix a problem that is the screen and not so much the ultimate. And in doing so, we cannot reproduce our shadow. Everything else looks fine. But not having a shadow makes it look fake. Having a shadow makes it look realistic. So I think this screen helps in some ways and hurts in others. I'll tell you that once you paint this and touch it, it gets dirty, and you have to paint it over and over again. I've worked with a few people, and they're coming out with material that you can walk on and clean now. ProPsych is working on one. I just saw, at Cine Gear in LA, a Japanese company has made a material, it's a little too thin for me, that you can put on the floor. I think it works the best. I'm still testing it, but it's it's like a vinyl, and you'd have to glue it on the floor somehow. But you might be able to put it right over this. But you can clean it, and it's the right color. It matches the paint. So you paint the walls, and you put this on the floor. Or, and I'll hand this out. I don't know if you can tell too much. This is what I do. This is our blue screen, but there's a coating I put on this, a special coating that allows me to clean it. Up here, it doesn't have it. The problem with the paint is it's very flat, a flat paint, so when you touch it, it gets dirty, and you have to paint it over and over. When I work on doing film shoots, we have a huge studio. We paint at lunchtime, lunch break, and at night. So they paint twice a day. I don't think you will do that. So right now, one of the solutions is you use this paint and you spray this coating on top of it and you mop it before you shoot. Now, this material probably, you could vacuum it, but I imagine it will get dirty after a while and it will be hard to wash. This will work very good. I'll give you the flyer of the company that makes the spray. But there is a few companies working on a new flooring that I think might work even better. I'm trying to get the Japanese company to make a thicker material, but that will work. But the other problem you have is the cove, and that's because it's basically too steep, like this. It needs to be something like curved more like that, and that will eliminate this lighting issue that you're having. But unfortunately, like I said, 80% of it is lighting, and then paint, and then the ultimate. So that's the bad news. The good news, I think, if you took the felt off the wall and just painted it, you might be better off. But right now, with the way it is, you're not going to reproduce shadows. But that's it in a nutshell. So now if we go back up. So I have the matte density probably too high because you can see her hair looks very clumpy. And that looks much better. But also, if I can get down to let's try that. All right. So there's the difference between the cleanup on, cleanup on, cleanup off. You can see the hair kind of goes away, but not too much. So if we can use less cleanup, then things aren't as bad. But to get rid of this material, that's going to make the biggest impact on the key. Okay. Right.
The texture a bit on the back and
Right, 'cause
lighting.
well, we'll go over lighting in a little bit, but I think I have to really say that this material is going to be your biggest problem. Okay, yeah. All right, so let's go back to the lighting. We want to, as you see, we had fill light. So we're adding light here. We got light here, but then we also want light from behind, and that will get rid of most of your green spill. All right. Now the closer they get to like the corner there, you get more green bounce off of your sides because you're moving out of the light. So you're never going to be able to walk into that corner perfectly because there's no way you're going to get backlight on them or side light. So you always want to rim light the talent. Back, side, and underneath. Well, yeah, you pretty much have the rim light. I mean, it's all around. I think that's set. With all these lights, you're pretty much covering everywhere.
So you mean we need to have a backlight here right now?
Yeah, if we can turn on those two back there.
那意思就是说，
后面的
后面的灯
你的主体不能在那个灯的范围之外。像它如果这个 model 走到那个角落的话，走到我们左前方角落的话 ，lighting 就不对，那你的 P 就会有问题这样。所以你在设定这个它走路的路径的时候，你就要设定好这些事情，要不然你的光就要照射到那个位置去。
So there's not too much green spill on her. Which is a good thing. So shiny objects will reflect more green spill. So if we put the hair back on. Sorry.
好诡异啊！
我也相信的把它。
Gone retro. Okay, so I'll just hit a file clear. And so now I'm going to, now that we have backlights, you can see, if we go to the foreground direct, all the hair there, so it's backlit, so you can see the highlights of it. Now, you don't have a lot of blondes, but you really need that to make their hair pop. I always like to have backlight to make the person three-dimensional. Without light, it just is black behind them, and there's no light coming up, so it makes them flat. So that's why you want to have this light on them.
有背景公园的时候，可以让这个主体看起来会比较立体。你可以看到他的头发，可以看稍微比较立体一点。
So backlight, side light, and then, well, We don't have a lot of bounce coming up on her. Well, let me show you the flare really quick and then now. So I'll go to the foreground and flare. And so I'll explain. Remember earlier in the PowerPoint, we clamp, in this case, green to the level of blue in the foreground. All right? So, the blue jacket might work perfectly. This is a test. So, we clamp green to the level of blue in the foreground. And that's how we get rid of the green spill. So if I put this blue jacket on her, let's see what happens. It's not blue all the way around. Do I see any blue? Of course not. I'm going to cheat it. Typically, I would see some green. If there's green spill, I would see it in the blue. Right now, we're not seeing it. If you were doing a real shoot, it would be there. But since we're not, so we're not getting a lot of green spill. Well, here, let me turn off this light. Maybe I can do it on this side. That's good. Let's see if that works. It's even hard to see there. Well, we don't have a lot of blue spill. Okay, so, or green spill. So let me just explain what these do. All right. So black balance, this is all dealing with getting rid of the spill from the foreground. If this is black, we allow the green to go above or below black. So you notice her hair is minus green. If I go the other way, it looks greener. So this helps get rid of green against blacks. But again, it's a global adjustment. Then the gray balance is the same thing. Gets rid of green on gray quicker than anything else. And then white balance, same thing. It's going to deal with white objects. Oops, wrong one. Notice her flesh tone's going minus green. This gate 2, really, let me zoom into her hair now. So I see a little bit of green spill. And I could take this black balance. See the difference here? I'll save it in a file. So you see the difference? We've gotten rid of the green and made it warmer, basically. Because you can't explain why there's green in the hair, but you could explain a warmer black than a cooler black. You can't explain green in their hair, though. Does that make sense?
It kind of turned to the green to warmer color.
Right. So here's.
So we only tune the green to other colors.
Yeah, we're sucking more green out of it, so black is minus green. So, but it's a fine adjustment. So you can see this is. Doesn't really have to do that much. It's just a really fun.
It changes the skin tone?
It changes everything. But we justify it by saying you never see green in hair, but you do see warm blacks.
所以现在就是这个 flare menu 里面它可以提 到，就是说它可以把那个你反射回来的绿色的部分，它可以把它转换成另外一个你可以调整 balance 的部分去调整，让它变成 warmer 比较暖色调的颜色或者是浅色调的颜色这样。那但是你可以把那个确实把绿色的地方可以拿掉，但是这个可能要看你会不会影响到整体的颜色的问题。因为如果你的脸色都变青的话，那当然不行，所以你要找一个折中点，就是你要找个折中点。
All right, let me put this up in English. Yeah, yes, it does. Let's see if this works. Yeah. All right, so you can see there are the colors, and then we're matting on the green. But let's see if we can pick that green. Go to screen color, cursor enable. You see the little cursor there. So I'll put it in there and hit use cursor. It doesn't really. But so now this is our matte signal. So now it's saying this is the best green that we can get. I'm almost holding the other greens, and I can maybe do that. And not quite. Okay, so now you can see it's only matting right now just in that dark green, and it's actually holding the green behind you, on the green that you have. So that tells me that this green is better than your green back there, because I can hold that green with this color. So now let me put this green. This is typically what we use. And I'll sample it again. Go to the matte, screen color, cursor enable, and then I'll just, now what's nice about this, I can make this a little, not as big as it gets. This control on here on the sides, on the left side, you see the red, green, and blue. As I move this around, it's actually sampling the color. See it change? There it jumps to the green. So this green has 71%, 25% blue, and 40% red. And then we go to this green up here. Now it's 60, 40, 27. I think I was wrong. Green, the next lowest color is red, always in green. I think I was saying I got mixed up with blue. In blue, the next lowest color is always the green when using a blue screen. With green, red's the next lowest color. So there's this screen, and then here's your screen. Mm-hmm. Look how low the green is at 33 versus this.
我们现在用的大概都40%，可以告诉他，抓到大概都40%。
They were using the other studio 40% background color.
Oh, 40%.
You're using the what? The
The other studio.
Yeah.
When they shoot the cursor,
yeah.
they can see the parameter shows green on 40.
On 40 on the other studio? Oh, that might just be the iris setting or what have you. Could be. This one says it's 34 here. But if we brought up the level, it might be different.
So 30% is very low.
Well, it's not so much it's the difference between the next lowest color, which in this case is red. So we have 24 between this green and this red. And that's how the Ultimat works. It works on that green-red difference. So now if I go to this green,
91.
91 versus doing about 40 units.
30、34、
So,
差很多。
well, 90, yeah, about 45. And this one's like
你被人抓得到。So it's higher,
25.
is better than she-
Yes.
Right.
The difference between the two is what you want.
Okay.
We don't actually having these so low usually causes edges. I don't see them now, but we don't want the green screen to have 0 red or 0 blue in it. If you're shooting film, especially with the noise in film, it works better. But for video, not so much. So that's the difference. So now if I pick this screen, but you can see the texture on this comes up pretty good too. Hopefully it won't be this tight. But when you stretch this, I think it gets better actually, doesn't it? This isn't stretched. I don't know if it gets any better.
No. Same.
Same. But that's why even this fabric, you don't want to be too close to it. And you couldn't really use it on the floor. But you can see we're almost holding. See, now we're holding both greens. The green screen that you have and the green. It's a little noisy, but it works. So that's what I'm saying. When you have that better separation between the green and the next lowest color, you're going to hold more greens against the green screen. So that's why we recommend using the digital green paint, which is this stuff here. And obviously not the texture that this has. But what I also wanted to point out was, if I just hit a file clear, so now it's looking for the best screen. When we're using green screen, yellows will go reddish. Oops. And releasing this gate, you see it, I bring it down, see how the yellow's gone red? And if I take gate 2 and bring it up now, it's bringing back that color. We're also printing through, but wow. Let me just hit a file clear, see where we are. Let me take out this green. So I'm just going to pick your green up here. And we're still printing through. There we go. So I have to push it more into a clip just to hold that, even the grays with this green screen. But as you can see, now we're solid. But so what I want to get to you is when you're doing the flare, when you're doing green screens, yellows turn reddish. And this gate 2 will help reproduce them. We have to go the other way, sorry. There's red, and now it brings it back to the yellow. So on a blue screen, the pinks, magentas, and purples turn red. So if that's the only thing you remember, that's good. Because if someone comes out with a yellow and they want it to be yellow, you got to remember it's the flare that's causing it that you can fix with gate 2. Yeah. No, the others won't be affected.
所以如果当我们调整的时候，当我们用 flare 的时候，红色的部分有变成偏红的状况的时候，就要再来调 get to 这样。
Hmm?
What the,
That's the control.
yeah, I mean, control what?
That the flare control. This reproduces the yellow. So yeah, you want to tell them that.
So get to is the meaning of the yellow control.
Right.
And how about 1 and 3?
1 and 3. Okay. Well, gate 2 helps. It removes green spill. If I turn this up, it might add more in, but it can reproduce your yellows. If you have to use this and you have green spill, you can use these controls over here to help eliminate it. And then gate 1 and 3, if there's blue, wearing blue, and there's green spill, then gate 1 and 3 takes care of
So
it.
it's, if in blue case, they should change the gate 1 and 3.
No, only if they're wearing yellow, it's gate 2.
Yes.
If they're wearing blue, then it's
Okay.
gate 1 and 3.
所以在这个状况下，如果主体是黄色的话，就需要调 gate 2。那主体如果是穿的是蓝色的话，就要调整 gate 1、gate 1，然后1和3这一个。
Okay, so you have to play with these with colors when people are up there. Just take some time and see what happens. Adjust these and figure out what looks best. This is just to remove the green spill.
这个部分就纯粹是要把反射上来的颜色去掉。那照他的说法是，如果你们还是就是最后的使用者还是需要调整看哪一个是符合你自己的要求。就是你可能就要把 get 1跟 E3或者是 get 2的部分做一些调整，然后去调整说我想要的是不是去掉了，如果是的话就可以，然后就要找一个折中点就是。
Okay, so let's.
The flare correction size.
Flare correction size.
Oh, flare.
It's a tolerance.
That helps eliminate edges, but I don't know if you really notice it that much. It doesn't really do much. So I would just let it set at default. Some of the things we put in we think are going to work, and they don't have that much effect on the subject. Okay.
Just put it on default.
Yeah. All right. We'll go back to lighting. Let's light the whole like you normally do. Turn all the lights on, and we'll zoom back out and we'll look at the whole screen. So if we can bring all the lights up that you would normally use.
透抽开灯好不好？全部全亮。
全亮。
这边不用了，绿板不用。
你都会了。
不好意思，补充一下，其实它在上的时候，它可能不会针对每一个部分去说，但是你们在使用的时候，可能会对某一些部分有一些疑问，就像娟姐刚刚这样讲的。所以其实我觉得就直接提出来，如果他可以就直接问他，然后就可以解决掉的。因为他应该是就现在的状况，然后需要会用到哪些参数，会跟你们做说明，但是也许会漏掉某一些你们想要知道的参数，这时候就直接提出来让他们解释就可以了。避掉后面那个 texture 那个质感，所以为了要避掉这个原因，所以连主播的影子都被吃掉。
所以如果叫他先不要管那个 texture 的，然后他影子怎么提出来？
If you want to know if we just ignore the background, the texture background, how do they to make the shadow output?
Might be hard to do. We'll try to do it. We'll try to do it now.
We just ignore the
Right.
noise.
The noise. Okay. So this is how I light for Ultimate. Go back to the window. So this is the whole set. As you can see, when I bring down this window, that's the background level. So you can see here, it's pretty good 1-to-1 here, but you can see over here it's darker. So you see that line. So this is basically how I light. I say, well, we need a little more light here. Then right here on the cove, you need less light because it looks overexposed there. But it's probably always going to be because of the way the cove is. So basically, we're trying to get everything to this level. Might not be able to do that, but you want to try your best to do that. So we, pan the camera. So we can look like in that corner there. You can definitely see we're falling off like this. Again, we're bright down here, but not here. Then if we looked on the waveform monitor, you can see where it's falling off. So we want to try to keep within 5 units of the brightest to darkest. So it looks like we're overexposed here and underexposed here. So that's how I light. You just kind of use this matte signal and you pan back and forth until you can get everything as close as you can get. You see the wrinkles on the floor. But you notice the floor is very bright. The floor always is brighter than the wall because the lights are pointing down on it, so they're bouncing back up. Although this is a fabric, so it should absorb some of the light. But the light hits the floor, bounces up, and goes into the lens. So what happens is it gets brighter than the rest of the wall. So you might want to try to set the level for the camera where the floor is and bring up the wall a little bit more. But let's see how much cleanup we need just to fix this as it is. We're at 0 now. If I can stay under 10%, that's good. There's 10%. That's not too bad. You can see there's a little darkness right here. But again, we're looking at worst case scenario, black and white. So now if I put in your background, I'll go background direct. I mean, you see the little level shifts, but if you don't do this, you're okay. If you leave it in the composite. If it's a little dark in the corner, well, fine. If it's too dark and noisy, you need to add light. But in this case, it's not too bad. Oh, I'm on background direct. Perfect. So we're, it's actually not that bad. Now to do it, now see here this is actually a fold in the fabric. So that's bad. To get rid of that, I have to go, I'm right now at 10%, which is actually pretty good. To get rid of that fold, I need to go there, which now we're at 26%. So it's going to be harder to hold shadows and things like that. So let me bring it back to 10%. Or 9%.
How about
And even-
the hair?
Now let's zoom into her hair. Okay.
10% okay.
You're going to lose some hair, but not a lot. I'll show you it at 0. Okay, so this is how much you lose. That's not bad. I will live with that because you're still seeing some of the fine hair detail. What you don't want to see is something like that.
Yeah.
Too much. Because if they're wearing glasses, they disappear, reflect, all that goes away. So you want to try to stay within 5, 10, 12% of cleanup.
20.
Nah, 20 might be too much. Here's, let's go to 26, I think, got rid of the fold. So that's 26. And that got rid of this. So let's work with at 10%. All right, she looks pretty good. Now, we might be over-irised a little bit too, though. I would say we are pretty hot on her. Of course, you got this 1K on her too. And now that brought her down a little bit. Her white arms are pretty bright though. We still might be a little over irised on the camera. But what's nice about the Ultimat is also in the foreground, we have level control. So we can bring down the level, bring up the level, change the blacks, contrast, and even saturation.
So if we will change the foreground, the color which we choose for the key would be changed.
Yes. So yeah, that's it. So we want to find a spot that we're happy with this talent. So I think we're a little overexposed, maybe. She has very hot arms. So we might iris down. Can we iris down here, or does it have to be?
Has to be.
Why don't you just go to? I don't know where this would be. We'll go to auto iris and leave it there, and then set it to the. Well, let it set to find its own spot. Like if auto takes it down to 5, then take it out of auto and put it back at 5.
哎，杨线，我就从这边控就好了。我改成 menu， 我改成 menu 从这边控就好
Oh
了。
yeah, you can turn it off here.
We can change that.
你现在开还是用那个你自己记的？
没有，他本
现在
来就手动
他现，在降一档的，
他刚本来就手动。没有。
Right about there.
你碰到录音的。
你看。
Okay. So now let's see. If this would be bright enough. Do I have a white card? Is this separate?
不能拿。
Oh no, that's
这个，this one。
Oh no, this
这个就好
one.
了。
Yeah, paper will be good. No, this is probably. No, don't do that. So, oh, that's good.
这个很白啊。
Okay, so let me see if I'm in the shot here. Where is this on the scope?
Over 100.
Over 100. So that means we might be able to bring down these lights, which is good.
Bring down the all level, lighting level.
The light for just the wall.
Oh, just the wall.
Is that possible?
然后，要不要把所有绿板的灯再降一点，好不好？定个20，开80啊，对吧？
主景不要动啊。
对。
Okay. So we set the light for the talent, but now we want to make sure the wall is not overexposed.
现在是在看最白的状况是在示波器的 IRE 的多少，去决定整个环境要多亮。
刚好就在80啊，光圈多少不晓得。光圈在多少？
现在4.8。
4.8。
比较低。
没有，现在要定多少？
我不晓得，我 我不晓得。哎，
问他，
南哥现在
是哦，
之前光圈定多少？
你看这个不准，这个是因为跟着里面走的。我这边看这边是5.6，
应该是5.6，
我这边5.6。
I usually operate around 4.5.
基本上应该是5.6。
What?
之前光圈定。
I mean the iris, the perimeter of iris depends
On the amount of light that's on the, yeah, right. So if you're,
fix the iris.
刚刚现在点光是
no,
4.8。
well, no, no, they're not fixing the
你
iris.
这个是
We're bringing
你这个是
down
里
the
面控的
the lights on the wall.
Yes, and
懂我意思吗？
level change to
你切 auto 的话，
maximum maybe 100 to
你切，我现在是里面
Yeah.
CPU 控完，现在4.8给你啊。
Oh, but are they changing
但
the
是我现在
iris?
切手动的话，它是不会跟着走的，数据不会跟着走，你懂我意思吗？
哦，懂我意思，懂我意思。
就跟你看。
那我现在你还是切自动，我进去看啊。
不用，我现在5.6给你啊。
5.6是不是？不用，还是爆的。
然后不然他说8给你啊。
啊。
8。
再亮点，再亮点，他说90。
90啊，那8半吧。
啊。
8，那他
刚刚
这样
先对人，然后再去
这样不对，我们刚刚没有，我们刚刚先对人
哦，
那个人在脸光80，大概在你看在那。
不是，他不是要对版嘛，是要人调到 OK，然后再去看
白板。
你先拍人，拍人，然后把那个。
等一下，等一下。
So the first thing first is they would need
朝这样子啊。
to shot the up subject.
Right, and get the iris set for them.
是啊。
Okay, and then we go.
And then you go to the wall with the white card and see where it is.
如果再多一点。
If it's low, you need to add more light to just the wall.
还要再
If
还要再 over 一点。
Too high, you need to take it down.
哦，对啊，它也不算辐射。
It's quite heavy, huh?
我给你拍一下，但我又太黑哦。
你没有上粉。
对啊。
你不准。
太黑了。
你太油了。你这样哦啊。
over。
再上来一点吧，太低了，再上来。
Oh, that's okay. We're not using it right now.
差不多这样子啊。
差这样。
你带到人，带到那个，我跟他先去理。
但是无伊在讲，你变怎样？
It's a little bit clipped.
所以要放欧头啊。
那你后面光圈摆
没有要调到我 OK 就好了，让他
现在
他
现在
现在
调
让他去降灯的 level， 不是他光圈调了。
所以现在是大概5啊。
大概5。
脸光5。
啊，
脸光圈5啊，然后脸光80。
So what's that
那个
iris?
白色的100，
5.
还在100啊？哎，
所以
狼哎，
进去
进去调了。
进去调啊。
所以里面有那个无线电，你跟玉楠拿一组来这样对话，就在里面，互动室里面，你问玉楠让他拿一组，把channel开好。
全部降来。
要降了，对不对？
Glass material.
Oh, for the
先拍
prompter?
Yeah, you can try the refraction of the. What kind?
Oh,
Using this kind of
先拍人啊，正常，先拍人。
do some
Okay.
thing.
他调正常。然后拉出来半身好了。OK， 可以。
有点白。
好了吗？这样多少？IRE多少？最高的地方。
最亮的地方应该是手吧？
没关系，那个脸部跟手对都可以啊，那个地方。
收掉了。
灯还要再说，现在超过100。
OK， 那来拍我这里。Zoom。好。
前面的闪光又
其他收灯。
灯再说。
没办法跟他 talk。
跟他说这样。
有，他收了。好，
碎。
对。
超过。
这样多少？
这样100。
还100啊？
哎。
他全碎还剩下100。
对呀。
因为你闪光会吃过去啊。
对呀。
哎，手裂了，降下来。
没有用。
他的那个闪光灯都有吃到，
对，
都有吃到。
所以它没有办法单独拉下来。
对。
We can
we can't change.
separate.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the,
拉出来，拉出来。
we can't
是全部够。
对，它不是，它就是别的灯有吃到，
前面的
灯
灯光灯还是会吃到
对
背光那边去啊。
都全都有吃到那个 label，所以它降不下来。
哦，说所有的灯都会影响到它。
对对对对。
So you have to separate them so you can bring down the level independent.
The sample because
every single
every light
will affect the
just affect the
that will-
green screen. So he can only just put a green screen label down.
Can he just do the cyc lights independently of the rest?
第几个频道？
Yeah, he's already off.
有。
Already off. Right.
Yeah, that one's off.
你现在所有的灯都 group 在一起的，对不对？不能分开啊。
Just two. This. 他可能是等他这边的 level 都上来。
Well, this is good because you have to understand that some of your lights are also going to hit the green screen, so it's a good thing to understand.
你带圆跟地板，跟你解释一下整个工作的程序应该是怎么样啊？就是让大家知道一下。一般来说，我这样讲好了，摄影机我们在棚内作业大概光圈定在6到4之间嘛，所以到时候我们作业的时候应该是以主体拍，比如说我们正常是5.6，我们就定5.6，把这东西上打漂亮，打好之后，然后开始去对背景的部分。那背景部分，它就是说要用白板当做一个参考依据。OK， 没关系，我们解释一下程序啦，因为大概不是做得很完美。
我去，坤哥看一下。
然后再用摄影机去拍，就是说拍一个主要打亮的地方。那希望它看要降多少，它跟背景跟主影之间大概要比如说前面是100，后面就是80，是不是降2成？这样是不是 OK？ 然后开始就用这个当做一个量表，每个角落去量一下。所以灯光，到时候灯光的作业，我们也是需要像他那样子把那个刚刚调的媚的部分修出来看。那比较黑的部分就很确定，那就是灯光没有打好的部分，那地方就要补灯去修，去调整灯光这样。
Okay, so we brought the level down. Then on that, just on these, they're down, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just. So now if I bring in a window. It's much close, especially on this side. It's very close now. You see that I don't see the transition here. A little bit over here, but not so much. But that's what we're trying to achieve, that, and that's with no cleanup now. No cleanup is on. 0.
就可以这样子，表示那光下来是有差的。
但是人脸不够。
So if we use, let's say we use 8%. So now that doesn't look too bad. We got all her hair detail. There's no blue or green spill on her. That looks pretty good. So that's the idea, is to try to match, make sure the background's not overexposed. And we can see in the matte, it's working better. As we zoom out, because it's not, you can see it's dark on that side. But right here, it looks very good. And you can see her hair detail and all that. Okay, so let me go on from here. So just to go over, we're trying to light the back wall to about 90 to 100 units with white when you lit your talent the way you want. So you have to try to get your wall lights on a separate circuit so you can move them up and down. Because even these lights are lighting the wall up a little bit. So he's turned all those off. And you still have a little bit of light, not much, but there's still light coming from these lights also. And again, all this light is soft light. There is no hard light on her. So you're not going to get a shadow with this kind of lighting.
How do we get a shadow?
Okay, well, let's try to do that. Go ahead and bring up the wall lights now, I guess. We'll just work with that.
对对对，把背景灯打亮，再把背景灯打亮，好不好？背光全开的。
Okay, we're going to make a shadow on this side because these lights are off. And you can see it's darker over here, right? On the floor, and it's brighter over here. Oh, let's brought that up. So let's, right. So we'll bring this light up as high as we can. I'm not even getting any light on her.
太亮。哎，是。
There we go.
他打音打力。
Bring it up a little. There we go.
有了有了。
Oh, that's good there. Let's go. Now go back down.
他要椅子在地上，
地上。
对，要捅高一点。
不要太长，短短的椅子就好。
拔高就好。
你拉高一点，然后靠近一点，靠近一点，再靠近来一点，打到或者。
给你豆腐嘛，我一敲。
Let it out. Where do I want to go? There. Okay. And there's our shadow. But you see, it requires lighting. But you can also see that it's going up, down. It should go up to this and not down. So you want to be it has to be high up and a short shadow because you don't have a big area to light. But keep in mind that this key light is lighting right here. So you might need to turn off, like these lights we've turned off, right? So it's not as bright. If these were on, this would get too bright. So you have to work with your key. So this is where we light the talent, and then we might need to turn off lights so you can do the shadow. Now if you turn that light off, the shadow might get darker. So you have to add fill too to make it so it's not dark. Now this shadow is too long. It needs to stop maybe right here. So that has to be way up high and down. But you have to do that for the shot.
比较好一点。
Like this one,
调零的话
she has
对
some material. It's too long.
不见了。
Now,
没有
if
太小，
we don't have any more green, do you? You have any green material?
上次有一口子啊，好拿去用。
Well, here, I'll just do this. If this was green and it was shaped like your object there, you got to be imaginative here. I don't know if this is the right spot. But you see how the shadow now comes up.
所以
So it conforms to what you have there. But this would have to be green and lit also. It's a nice thing to do. You might not be able to do it, but it's nice to have the shadow conform to whatever you're using. But in your case, I would just make the shadow stop here. But you have to light for each shadow. How many sets are you doing in here? How many different virtual sets, different shows? A lot?
还没有。
So, but you have a very small area. So you might want to always make sure your key light's on one side on every set so that they follow. But you have to remember, if they walk from here and your key light's up there, they're going to get brighter, so you have to scrim part of it so that it's the same no matter where we walk. And this is where their light is. If they walk too far this way, they're out of their light. Does that make sense? Okay. So you can do a shadow.
功力的。
I don't have any cleanup on them. Let me put 10%. But as you see, as I bring this cleanup up, see how the shadow disappears? Or gets less dense? But now if they're moving, you can see when I'm moving around, the shadow looks natural now. Because you're seeing the shadow move. It's kind of hard to see just a static. But as I move around, you can see it makes me look like I'm really on the floor now. If we get rid of the shadow, now there's still a little bit. Do you see a shadow now?
A little.
A little bit of one. But you see how short it is. But even that small little shadow, if you see it, it will sell the picture. So we have a big light there, but little shadows will work. And you see how there's more than one of them. One's going that way, one's going this way, one's going this way.
Yeah.
And then there's also one coming this way a little bit. But even a small amount of shadow works.
这是国情不同。
不是，就是还是 keep 干净。
对，
可是
他们觉得
没有，
这样
他们有 shadow 也不会 keep 得那么长。刚刚看到他那个也没有那么长。
所以这还可以再调，因为主要是灯要调。
但再调，
对
shadow 就没了。
对，主要是灯要改，灯要改到不脏，但是很有秀的，很难，很难。
Okay, so that's how you light for a shadow. You might need to turn off some lights to compensate to make it darker or use a bigger light.
对，它不对，它不真的，所以
What are these, 1Ks or 2Ks?
可以不用考虑那个
It's
东
a
西。
1K.
是我们地板设计，我们那个虚拟会。
So these should be probably enough to make a shadow for you.
影子可以出来，但是不会脏。
对对对对，就灰
对，灰灰的。
Does that make sense? Okay.
But it's all noise here, noise. So we can accept the
It was self shadow and a noise.
Oh, there's noise in the shadow?
Yeah, yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe here is good, but
Okay.
we need a shadow, but this noise.
This is noise.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that's a little bit of, well, it's the fabric. But so let me show you to set it up. Let's see if we can make it any better. All right, so you just start with a file clear. Then I'll go to the matte density and then just adjust it just so it's solid. So if I go too far, see how the noise comes up? So I want to back off just until, see her legs there, need more. And that white on the floor, we need to go about to here. Now there's another control we call glare, which is the top one here. Notice as I bring this up, it helps with that noise. But it also might eliminate some of your shadows. Let's see, do I still have a shadow out there when I walk out there? Do you see the shadow anymore?
Little,
A little bit.
Yeah.
So that, and again, we're not really lit for the shadow. It's just your ambient light that's lighting this. We would have like a 1K that would make a better shadow. Now, I see something weird here. Let's see if we see it when I go to the composite. We'll add a little bit of cleanup. You notice that come up more. It's hard to tell if she's printing through there or not. But now, let's take one of these floor lights. This is probably there. If I look underneath her, you look here, it's green. Because all the light hits the floor and goes up her skirt there. So if we add some white light on the floor, that will take care of that.
打开吗？
Yes.
拉过来要了。
Let's put it all the way back. We probably don't need so much.
越搞越难。
This one's good to show you.
这个这颗来。
反正不用。
So now, yeah, that's good. I mean, it's too much,
Too much.
but, well, no, we need to
Diffuse.
diffuse it even more. But I'm just to show you the effect. Let's see in the matte if it's still there. So now it's gone underneath. Go ahead and turn the light off. Can you turn it off?
你帮我关掉试试看好不好？先拔掉试试看，还要看那个差别在哪里。
因为灯在往
See,
右
it
移
comes up.
嗯。
So that's a lighting issue because we have green coming up from the floor.
灯再往右移会好一点。
帮我插吧，谢谢。
Now, you might be able to have two lights, one way over here, one over here, so they're on either side, and they might do enough instead of right in front if it's a problem. Sometimes I find it works better when you move them out and aim them in. So it wraps around the leg.
两边都来一颗。
And this is probably too much light. We could dim it more. But that's what I'm getting at is you have to use these lights on the floor to help eliminate problems. So we know it, we can kind of fix it in the Ultimate, but everything else doesn't look so good. So the more you can do with lighting, the better this looks. Does that make sense? Okay, so now he's got it at a 45-degree angle, but you see, it's fixed the problem again. Now if we had one on this side, this leg maybe, if you had one over here, it would light that side up. And now you don't have it in the middle. Maybe we have them on the sides. And that helps a lot. But you have to keep in mind that that's what you need to get rid of this bounce. Right, but it makes the noise come up in the shadow and makes the edges look bad. So the more controls you use, the harder the edges look.
In some situation, if they don't have enough lighting,
Then they have to use this, yeah.
we show them about it.
Yeah.
现在没加纸巾。
谢谢。
Okay, as you can see, it's too much light. It's too bright now because it's too hot. But you got the effect. Now, if I have to use more matte density, you see, the more I use of this, notice the hair kind of going green. So that's why, if you don't have the lights, you might need to use this control. But then when you zoom in and see the hair, it's going to look not so nice. Okay. She's looking pretty good there. Let's see her.
你们知道我们以前为什么一直在后面拍桌子？对，就没办法。一直干掉，一直干掉。
那一张根本没有用，切了白贴。
哪一张？
就是那张 P 版。
哦。就是因为他走了。
对。
对。
Okay, now we've gone wide, and you can see there's a little bit of a white edge on the black, and also on her arm. Now let me put her in the middle. And now see how it's gone away? This is what we call lens aberration. As you're a wide angle, the light comes in at different speeds, and so it makes different edges on. One side will be green, and the other side might be red. But you can see how the edge gets worse as you come over to this side.
You say this is lens.
This is what we call lens aberration.
Aberration, how to spell?
Chromatic aberration correction. Let's see, is this a new camera? How old?
Yeah. Brand new camera.
Okay, some of the new cameras have chromatic aberration correction built into them. You tell it what lens it is, and it will fix for that aberration. I don't.
有开还是一样啊？
我把它关掉，马上。
It has it?
真的吗？
Oh.
我昨天是被骂而已。
真的吗？
It only fix a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I tested a Panasonic,
Panasonic is
and
fine
it worked
because-
really good.
Yeah. Panasonic has the function building in the body.
Right. This,
This Sony also has the similar function.
是不是？
yeah. But you've tested it and it's not as good? Yeah.
Already
It's
turned
built
on.
into the camera, he says. Most new cameras have it. Now it has to work with the lens.
CAC 的校正啊
lens 是不是呀？lens 也有这个功能。
不用开，lens 它自己通电之后，它就会读取
它就
lens 里面的数据，
他直接接收说有没有这个动作。
但昨天我们测试结果是它
只有一点点而已
可以修，正一点点，还是会有。
没有，它那个功能打开，我们之前不是有错位，整个 key 掉，
对
打开之后就好
就会
很多。
好一点啦。
比如说三鹏
这个部分好很多了，然后纸边是
这边是
三
这边是修
个人
正了，但是纸边部分还是会有一点点，不可
里
能完
面的
全没有。
OK 了，外面的还在，对不对？
所以就
Now,
不
did
用
it
让它
have
脱去
did it have this lens in its lookup
里
table?
面在的。
It did,
It did.
and it helped.
And it's active, but it's a little help.
Uh-huh.
It also have the same problem a little bit.
But it reduced it.
And
Yeah.
Canon, the Canon say that they will develop another technical to solve this problem because 有时那个波长怎么讲？
应该
这
不会。
这是红蓝绿波长的问题，所以他们要用那个镜头去辅助，就是说在里面修这些镜片的那个所谓的 coating， 镜片的 coating 的方式，让它波长改变它的顺序，就能够解决这个问题。Translate.
It's a different wavelength for different color. They're gonna change some coating on.
Oh, on the lens, yeah. All right.
Correct it.
In the future.
In the future, right. Well, in the future, our Ultimate 12. No, I've studied this problem. Panavision, and they have their own lenses, have fixed it, and it looks beautiful. But we have found that it's not. I always thought it was the zoom, but it's actually the fixed part of the lens that causes the problem. So we can make up a lookup table in the Ultimate and fix it depending on the lens. You put up a chart and you would fix it and it would work. But if we ever come out with an Ultimate 12, it will have that in it. But right now, some of the lenses with the CAC, it fixes it. So, but that, I want you to get the idea is, as you pan back and forth, what happens is you're going to see more edges when you're wide and the talent's on this side. Even if you don't pan, if they walk to this side, the edge might come up. If you walk to this side, the edge is going the other way. Now, in the Ultimate, we do have, let's see, where do we see it the most?
Yeah.
Right there. So you see it really bad right here. In the Ultimate, we have some controls, but again, they're global. So in the matte, we have what we call matte sizing, and that's these two controls down here. So if you can see I'm moving it globally back and forth. So you see there's it loaded on that side and this side. This will also shrink it. So you see now it, let me save that as a file and go back and forth. But the problem with that now is if she moves this way, it might add to it. And I found this by mistake. And someone at CNBC, CNBC, they have one person, and the jib moves back and forth, and you see a white edge on one side, and he walks on the see. We have another control called in the config file. Where is it? UV, foreground, position, and UV. We can actually track it. So you can see I'm reducing it there. And I found, even with he was using a Cam 8 and they were moving back and forth, that I could follow it by hand. And I trained the operator, and I know he's very good at it now. But it only works with one person, because it's pushing it to one side. As they walk this way, you have to get it to 0. Then you walk this way, and it has to be negative. If you have two people, it doesn't work. And this is I just found by mistake. But if you find yourself that this, in the config file, the UV actually will help eliminate that edge. But again, it's moving it back and forth. And this is just in there because camera and lenses have not gotten better. They actually got worse, I think. The UV timing in the cameras are off. They're allowed like 2 nanoseconds, but the camera that we got, it was a LDK or Grass Valley 6000, had a timing issue. And so we put this in and it fixed it. We told them about it and they actually have fixed their cameras, but the timing was off so much that you could see and it caused an edge. And that's what this is for, just to compensate for a mistimed camera or aberrations. But again, it only works for one person. But if you can use the chromatic aberration correction, CAC, that will help quite a bit. But that's another thing that causes edges is you see it right here. It gets better in the middle and worse on the edges. Another thing that will cause edges is the detail in the camera. One good thing about HD is you can run the detail down to 0. You might not want to, but it helps eliminate edges. Because a detail, anytime you see a green screen, a high luminance and a low luminance, it puts a spike on the signal. So it's going to put like blacks against the green usually give me the worst edge. One good thing about your screen is it's low in luminance level. So it doesn't put a lot of edges out there. But we might see it on their dress still.
Maybe we change the background to.
Yeah, I'll change it to back, because you might not see it unless you have a dark background. No, it's not bad. Okay, you don't see it. Never mind.
我讲的意思就是越亮越容易缺点越被看到光。
This isn't too bad.
太全黑不可能，就是越暗越好，越亮越彩。
Oh, there it is.
越对比。
So you see this white edge right here. Does everyone see it? So you got to determine, is it the Ultimat or is it the camera? Another way to look at it is if I go to foreground direct. And in this mode, I can look at just the red channel now. So that's just the red channel. And we can see, we're not compositing now. But you see, there's the white line. So that's telling me that it's coming in from the camera. It's not the Ultimat. We probably won't see it with just green. So I'm turning these. These are just like on an old monitor, you can turn off the red, blue, and green gun or turn them off and on. Right now, we're just looking at the green. Actually, I see it there too. But this is a plasma screen, so it might not be as good. And blue, we can see it, still see it. So that's telling me that the camera is putting it on. And remember earlier I said, anything the camera sees, we composite. Unfortunately, we see this, and so we composite it. But depending on what the background is, you might not notice it. Now, in this case, we notice it because it's a gray background. But if I drop back to your background, it's a little bit brighter. So I definitely don't see it here, but you might start seeing a little bit right here because it's darker. So it depends on what the background is. Now, you might be able to turn the detail off and that might go away because it could be the detail generator, or turn it down and that might reduce it. The other thing is, again, matte sizing in the matte mode, in the matte menu. Well, let me turn the test signal on so it's easier to see. So the matte, and then you can see I can shrink it. So this shrinks the matte, and this one moves it left and right. So it makes it worse on that side, but better, but it's probably worse on the other side now. So you got to use these very sparingly. And then there's one more. This one does work. The matte size correction sometimes will help you clean up the matte. I don't know if it's doing much here. So these three knobs will shrink the matte, move the matte left and right, or this one will shrink it, blur it between the background and the foreground with this correction. So you can see it, I think, if I do this. You can see the matte actually moving on the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then here it's actually shrinking. Look at her arm get smaller. So that's what this is doing. It shrinks it or moves it. The other one is in the config file. And it's foreground input U, V, and UV. And this will also move it. So that looks pretty good. That reduces it pretty much. But it really depends on your background. This background, you see it. Your background, you might not notice it. If you don't see it, then fine, don't do anything. But when the background changes, you'll notice it. So the camera can put an edge on there. And the way to see it is to go to Foreground Direct, Config, and check the individual red, blue, and green and see if you see it there. If you see it there, then it's the camera. If you don't see it there, then it's the ultimate. The other way is the matte sizing or the U and V foreground position.
The V means vertical and U means what?
This is the U channel. You have YUV.
Yeah.
This is the U channel, the V, and the U and V all together. So this was developed because each channel might not be in time coming out of the camera. And so this allows us to try to get them in time. And that's what this was designed for. Fortunately, it works to help eliminate edges too. So this is the U and the V of the UV or YUV. And then this is just the combined U and V moving. So we all know what YUV is, right? That's the 422. So these are the two color difference. All right, so that causes edges. We have light that can cause an edge, detail generator, chromatic aberrations, and those are ones you see on the edges as you go wide. And then the ultimate, using too much of the control can cause a dark edge. So those are the things you have to look for.
So if you use too much control in how you can shrink it, does it affect the edge as well?
Yeah, you can shrink it a little bit, but if I shrink it too much, let's see if I go back to the matte sizing, you'll see. Okay, let's do this one. So see that green edge came up. I'm using too much of it, and now that's perfect. If I go the other way, it might be magenta, but you see on her arm now the green came up. So it's you can only really use these slightly to help get rid of the edge. And unfortunately, in a virtual studio, the camera's always moving. So you'll be wide, you'll be good at one point and not good at the other. Back in the good old days when the camera was locked down, it was very easy. But moving around, you see all the imperfections. All right. So let's go back to her. And just go quickly back through the setup. We always, after you're done setting up, I always go back and forth between Foreground Direct and matte and see, am I changing the color of her shirt or anything like that. This is a good way to look at it. Look at the hair. Looks like some of it's glowing up on the top, but that's pretty good. So I'll set the matte in the matte mode. I'll just bring this down just until anything that's solid should go black. Now, an object like this piece of glass, I should probably see right through it unless I get a reflection. So you see that reflection in there?
Yeah.
It's solid or might be black. And when I'm, now it looks translucent. So I don't want this to be solid. I want this to be translucent. So as you can see, it's solid on her. That's where I want to be. And it's right at 0. So it's at its default. Most of the times it will be. Now if I go further up, see what happens to the hair? See how it's getting thicker? And then we're seeing the noise in the background. So this is really where you want to look at this matte signal. Just until she goes solid, right about there. Okay, then sometimes I will turn on a window and bring it down just to see. This looks pretty good. Now I have a hard edge. Now see, I'm getting down, probably down to that dark area. But you can see from here down, it looks very good. But of course, this is a very small spot. You know, you got to do the whole thing. It's a lot different. So this is easy to do here. But when the camera's moving all over the place, you're going to have to compromise. Hopefully not too much. So once that's done, we'll turn the matte off. Then the big thing is, if we see blue or green spill, we need to get rid of it with the flare. But the next thing is matching the two together. So she's wearing black. Let me put some black out there. Oh, well, let's zoom out. Oh, they're pretty close. So I go back and forth between the foreground direct and composite, and then the background. Make sure we're not changing a lot. As you can see, there's a lot on the top. That's the window. If that's too much for you, then I might use, well, we have a little bit of cleanup on already. But the other thing we can do is this is where we can sample the green. So right there, let's go ahead and sample that. So in the foreground, screen color, cursor enable, and you can see the difference between the green from here till up here. Wow, it's changed a lot since we lit it. So if I sample up there, it pushes it into a clip from there. So that fixes the anomaly. So maybe if I go background direct, it's not that big of a jump. If I sample it in the darker area, you can see now you're definitely seeing this overexposed area more. So usually I use this if you have a very bright spot that you're dealing with. Also look at her hair is glowing more. Or we just hit the file clear. This isn't too bad. I mean, there's a little bit of noise, but that's from the texture in there. And I would hate to use any more cleanup than I am. Well, actually, I can use a little more. Let's go to, say, 10. So there's the difference. So the cleanup does help eliminate some of the noise. Then the only other thing that will help eliminate any noise is this glare, which doesn't seem, since we've got the cleanup on, doesn't really seem to have that much effect. But you can see in the matte, definitely, you know, we're lit very nicely up here, and it's dark, and we're seeing the texture down here, and that's the noise is coming up.
Usually we also use this display.
Yeah. So if you have this on more, you can do that. But this will get rid of your shadows too. Another thing in here is, if you watch the hair, I bring this up, and then we go to cleanup menu. We have this sizing, so I can bring back some of that And we also can soften the edge, so it helps eliminate that cutout look. So if you use a lot of cleanup, go into the next menu called cleanup, and you'll have these controls to soften that edge to make it look better. So now I come out of the mat. Now I want to, let's just say it's off. I don't seem to have a lot of green spill on her, so that looks pretty good. Now I want to match the two blacks. Like, it's hard to say, but this one looks darker than this one. Because after you're done and you make a nice mat and your hair looks good, you want the color to match. So let's go and crush the blacks in the background. I don't want to do it at the camera. You've set the camera up, you did your white balance, you made the flesh tones look right. You don't touch the camera again. In the Ultimat, in the foreground, you have background or black-white level, but we want to do it also in the background. And so what I can do now is, let's see, where's the black? Here's the black side. I can crush, see her suit going darker? Mm-hmm. So I crushed it a little bit to make it match the other foreground color. So now they kind of look similar. Now if, say it had too much red in it, I could bring just the red down. So that's what these colorizers do. And we can do the same thing in the level. I can bring her up or down. So if we wanted to do that. Also, we can do contrast. So say if you wanted a darker look, then we could go into the foreground, and instead of irising down, we do the same thing. So I've matched the two, colorized it in the Ultimat. It's not color correcting, it's color matching. You're matching the foreground to the background. And we can save these into a file. So we have these quick save files. So if I hit the Alt button, anything that's not lit up means there's no file saved. So I'll put it in 4. So now I can hit File Clear. I can reload that file 4. Now say if I wanted to make an adjustment, let's say I wanted to bring up the foreground level a little bit. I could save that in 5, and now I can go back and forth really quickly and make an adjustment and see which one I like better without resetting the whole thing. So these are our quick save and quick load files. Bad thing about them, if the power is lost in the main unit, these go away. Nothing's saved, unfortunately, in the remote. It's all saved in the main unit. So if you really like this, you want to go to Files and actually load it in a file, and then it becomes permanent. So you can name it, load it, and just, let's call it 44. Oop. We got to basically highlight this area, type in your name, and hit Save, and then Close. And it'll take it about 15 seconds, unfortunately. And then once it's done, it's saved. So now I can go to Files, and there it is. I can't even read it. Whatever it says. But so I can load it from there. So you can save up to 100 files, I guess, all non-volatile. The other thing you can do is we have, say if we like this, you're doing this show every 2 days. And this is the way you want it to look all the time. So if I hit File Clear, that's the default settings for Ultimat. But if I load this file, and now we have another file system called Preferences, which is right here. So if I go there, and let me see, make sure I did that. Preferences, yes. And let's call this 11 and save it. Then close it. So now if I hit File Clear, that's the default. If I hit Alt, File Clear now, that setting that you just put in the preferences, now that becomes the default. So hitting just the File Clear, that's the Ultimat settings. Hitting Alt File Clear is your settings. So you can always quickly go back without, once you loaded it, it's done. So now your default is this setting. So if you're doing one show and it's always like this, you can start that way and always go to your File Clear and quickly load this file. So that's the preferences. There's one more settings. And that's the custom file settings. So if I go in here to custom and pick one of the four on the top middle row here. So if I pick one, then above it, it says configuration. I can select that. And now it gives me a list of all the knobs and buttons. And then on the left side, you can see the position. So I believe this is 1 through 8, which relates to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can move any knob in any position. So let's say you like, I can't see it, so I'll have to, let's put the black level. I'll just hit the arrow, and I can put it right, oops, right there. White level, master, I can put on the bottom. Then I can go over here, go to buttons, and let's put the foreground view somewhere. Put that on the top, and background, foreground view out here. So now I hit apply. So there's the two knobs now on the top and bottom, and the two buttons. So I have the foreground view here now, composite here, and then the level. So if you're finding yourself using 3 or 4 knobs all the time, you can put them anywhere you want to make it more comfortable to use in any of the switches. Now, if I save that in preferences, that will always be there. So you can customize the panel to make it fit for you. Does that make sense? All right. So that's basically it for the memory. Then, of course, you can get out of your custom anytime you want. Now we're in the normal menus. And if you want to go back, you just hit custom, custom 1, and there's your controls again. And then you can name it anything you want. All right. So what else do we have on here? You want to take a quick break or keep on going? I say we take a quick break. So Viz, RT, the virtual set, is sending us a mat channel on the number 3 input. So the foreground is the number 1, 2 is the background, and 3 is the mat. Unfortunately for the Ultimat, our default, when I hit File Clear, it turns off the mat. It just left over from the days when people didn't do it. With Virtual Studio, you always want the mat on usually. And so you're going to have to turn that on. Usually if you stored a file, say if we stored this one, and I hit File Clear and you load your file, it will come, oops, I didn't do it now. There it is. And there it is. So if you have a stored file with the mat on, it will come on for you. As you can see, the mat forces the background in front of the foreground. And that's what the mat does. We can invert the mat, which you're probably not going to want to do, but that allows that to happen. There's a mat out invert and all that, which I guess I could do that here. So you can see that's black on white. And this is white and black. So that's what that does. So now it looks like she's standing in that hole, basically. So that's what the mat does. All the other controls here are kind of left over from the analog days. Back in the old days, the mat levels weren't always correct. So we have adjustments for it. It should be just set to the default. Now, I don't know about you, but I always have arguments with the Virtual Studio people when they say, I'm sending you a mat signal, and I'm saying you're not. We can look at the mat out should be combined. This is a combined mat out. You see the Ultimat and the VizRT mat out. So if you don't see it here, that means we're not getting it. Because sometimes when you change a file or something like that, sometimes the mat stops coming from them, or you could have accidentally turned this off. So it's either one or the other. Either it's Viz or it's Ultimat, but one of you isn't putting out the mat. Now, if we do a layer, which hopefully you'll be able to do, we have a mat enable config 1 and config 2, which allows us to have the mat in and a garbage mat, which we don't really have right now. And then we can hit layer enable. And I don't know if we'll see anything here. No. These three buttons will allow you to see the layer, which would be another graphic coming from Viz on the number 4 input. And then the mat view would allow us to see just the mat of that layer. So I don't know if you remember earlier we had the girl walking around, the graphic. That's where you set this up, is in the external mat. We turn on mat enable config, and then you turn on the layer. Then with this, although it won't work, the top knob forces it in front or behind, or VizRT can do that. And then this knob here changes the level of the layer, so you have independent control of it. So that's what the mat does also. Oh, and down here you can fade the layer in and out. So that's how that works. So that's the mat. The other thing is Windows, which I didn't really go over too much. But let me just show you. Go ahead. Now I'm sure Viz is sending you a mat channel. You send the garbage mat. So again, that, if I turn on the window, basically they track the top of the image. So now we have a light down there, so you have to come down even further. And if they can give you a soft edge, you'll notice now it blends in better. So that's something that we should get with Christian about, to figure out how to make that soft edge. So when you make that soft edge, that transition will look better. When doing that, then I go back to the mat to clean up, and then we have this garbage mat cleanup. We need to turn that on. and you see what happened. The soft edge now became a hard edge. And we're applying the cleanup just to this soft area here. So you get a little more room, but the transition is perfect. You don't see any lines. So that's a new feature in the Ultimat that we call garbage mat cleanup. But you have to have the soft edge coming in to fix that. It's very important because now we can do the shadow because we're not dealing with the uneven lighting up on the top. If you can see, as I pan back and forth, that transition is very nice. So let me turn it off and make it a hard edge window. So you see the difference? You can definitely see now when I pan around, you see all that anomalies right there. So by softening the edge, this is very important. This makes it very easy for you. By softening that edge, it almost completely disappears. And then by turning on this garbage mat, it really does. So you see I've made a transition, because that garbage mat. So now I don't see the hot spots here anymore. It's pretty much gone. So it means your lighting doesn't have to be as critical on the walls and on the floor. That's why it's very important to use this feature. Then it's easy to make a shadow. Because remember, think of it as that I designed it as a porthole. So the areas around the person, we don't care. That could be into a clip. It's just where they are, the floor and their shadow has to be without being in a clip. Everything else can be in a clip. And that's how this all came about. Because every time I would see that seam there, and every time you'd have to push it into a clip to get rid of it. So this helps out a lot. By having that soft edge, makes it disappear. All right, went through background. Ambience, I say I like it, but it's not really that good. I'll show it to you really quick. If I turn on a test signal, as I change the color, you notice she changes with it. That's what ambient does. It takes the dominant color of the background and applies it to the foreground. And we can go into the foreground ambience, and you can adjust how much effect is on there. I like it a little bit, but I found in virtual studios when things are changing too much, you see, because we take the dominant color. If there's a lot of colors in there, you could see all of a sudden the foreground color here changes and here changes. So it's a great idea, but it's only great if the background's kind of one dominant color. But you can see it works pretty good when that happens. It is normally always on, actually, the ambience. It's just the ambience light enable is not on. So this is the difference. It takes the dominant color and applies it to the foreground. Okay. What else do we have here?
I'm not sure. When they're using the virtual studio, they should turn on the ambience or not.
It normally defaults on. It's the ambient lighting that isn't on.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it. It defaults to its.
But that will change the foreground when the background changes, right?
Right. Only the default, that part isn't on.
Yes.
So
is that necessary? I'm not sure. That make the picture better? Or?
Yes, it does make the picture better. If you move your hand quickly, you'll see that the blur looks better with the ambience on. So there's two parts of ambience. One is the ambient where is it? Which is on the first one, the ambience enabled.
Yes.
The second one, ambient direct light, is not usually on. So if I turn this on, it doesn't really pick anything there. Here, we'll colorize the background a little bit. So you can see here's the thing. This is what bothers me about it. See, we've darkened the background, but you can see it's taken this color and put it on her arms and then the blue on her head. So that's why I don't recommend using it, because if you have too many colors in there, and I think we have, there's not really a knob. You can do this a little, that saturation. There's no real control for that. That's why I don't recommend it. As you can see, it makes her look rainbowish.
That's meta enabled.
This is ambience enabled.
Oh yeah, ambulance.
Right.
So we don't need to turn
Yeah.
it on, and we need to direct the light.
Right. You don't. So that's why I don't recommend it. So I'll turn this off.
So what this function actually works?
It's for like if you're in limbo and you're just using a gray or yellow field and you want to, it didn't really work the way we wanted it to work. It's good for a locked off shot sometimes to get the color right, but if you have too many different colors going through, it changes it too much. So that's why I don't recommend it.
So another button. Yeah.
Actually, that's a good point. I always forget about these. These are ambience controls also. But I found that they are very good about getting rid of green or blue spill. They might even work better than, I don't know if we can see it.
Yes.
Oh, you see that green in her face? And then I can go the other way. This actually works actually better than the flare sometimes. So you might want to use this if you have a little bit green spill. You notice it doesn't affect, it's not a big as global adjustment as the flare controls are. So this is the only time I use this. So it helps eliminate green spill.
Also can use for the
The other vertical blue.
Oh, that's the vertical blur. If I turn this on, let's see if that's something we've added in there that was supposed to deal with, see how, and I don't really see much difference. Let me see. Let me try this. He was supposed to deal with this transition of colors. It's supposed to blend this better, but it,
Or maybe we can.
right, it doesn't really work. So I would just say don't use it, is my best judgment for you, is not to use that. These controls individually help get rid of the spill, the green spill. But that's the only advantage we have with that. Config, there's a few buttons you're not going to use. The input capture, since you're using a virtual studio, this delays. If the background is way out of time, you could fix it with this, but you're not going to need that. So let it stay at 0. Monitor out. This is another one of my great ideas that didn't work. If I turn on the mirror, what this does is flip the background. So when the talent moves their left arm, it's like their left arm. So I thought this would be perfect for doing weather and all this stuff, because now they don't have to figure out what's wrong and what's right. I didn't realize that it does it also to the background, so now you see the text is backwards. So that didn't work either. The one thing that does work a little bit, I don't know if you'll use it, I use it a lot, is what we call garbage layer highlight. And what it is, and hopefully you don't need to use it, but when you're renting a virtual studio, they don't have time to apply everything. So what it is if I turn on the windows, it lets me highlight the window where it is. So on the program out is the composite, but the operator, I can track the windows now. So as the camera moves, I can follow it. When they rent a virtual studio and you only have 1 day to set it up, most of the virtual studio artists don't give me garbage mats on the first day, so I have to do this. That's what it's for. Hopefully you will never have to do this. But if you have to, there it is. And it's there in the mat also. And actually, even in the composite, I should see it. There it is. So you can see the windows now. But on the program out, you don't see the highlight difference. Hopefully you'll never need to use this. Because it is, especially doing it live, is kind of scary at times. And also you don't know where you are sometimes. So let me turn that off because it will really mess you up. We have internal mats, the combined mat range, internal mat, you're not going to need either because you're going to see it already. On-air lockout. This will allow you can select these controls. For some reason, if you don't want anyone messing with them, when you go from one camera to the next, you can lock out some controls so they won't be adjusted on air by mistake. But I found them not to be that workable because on most controls, if you run them slow enough, you won't notice them on air, and I like to be able to adjust everything anytime I want. But some people like, if it's an automated show where they're doing a kiosk or something like that, then they want to lock things out. But for you, I would say you don't need to do this. But you can lock out controls. GPI input, you can trigger a file or an event from a GPI. So you can load in a file, and then with the GPI closer, it would automatically set that file. Again, I don't think you use it too much on a virtual studio. The only other thing is the info box right here will tell you a lot. Like, let's say if I go to File Clear. See, right now it says File Clear in process, so you can't really touch anything. But let's say if I go to the Windows and I turn on the window. I don't see the window moving. But you notice in the box it says Control locked out, window disabled. It's telling me I have to enable the window to see it. And then when it's not being used, it's telling you the color of the screen. It has reference. If this is red, then you don't have reference. Your inputs, what setting you're on. So if I go to Quick Save 1, it should switch to Quick Save 1 now. It says Quick File number 1. Online, you have 3 units, and the number 1 is active. Oh, and the backing color. You can actually see what color you're using. So that's what the info box does for us. Anything else? I guess that's it. Background you already know about. We can turn on a test signal. Sometimes when you don't have a background, again, all 3 of these knobs are controlled by this master, so if I reset this, it resets all of them. So if you don't have a background for some reason, you can pick a color that you think it's going to be and adjust it. I still have the influence on? I must. Yes, I do. Okay. So that's what the background test signal does. And also we have the colorizers, which we went over, same in the foreground. I guess that's about it. So tomorrow, we're going to set up some scenario. We'll look at the hair. We'll do make a shadow, and then you guys will actually do it. I'll make you save the file and all that. So that's when the real fun happens. Okay, any other questions on what we went over so far? We're okay?
今天课程大致上到这边了。那一样，我们希望有一些你们有时候会用到，或者是会想要知道一些功能，我们可以再把它加强一些。那不然的话，我们明天的话会请你们的人自己 体来上面，然后我们会请让在旁边协助他做一些实际的案例这样。OK， 有没有其他的问题？
如果都听不懂的时候怎么办？
都听不懂的时候就
都讲英文啊，我们都听不懂。
所以有人听得懂？
对啊。
你不能怪我，应该是怪你没有翻译啊。
对啊。假如你会翻，结果从头到尾都不理我们。
没有，下午的这些有一些是之前就会的东西，我就没有再翻了。
可是如果大家都还是有些不会的
，OK， 那没问题，出来我们现在来讲解它。因为原则上其实操作的部分呢、有些是要上实机的时候才可以看得出来那个样子啊。
其实可以抄笔记，我们真的都不想要抄的。
好吧，如果
变成那个自由时间 Q&A。
对啊 ，Q&A。那我们待会会去其他的旧的副控去看。
太好了。
就看看有没有什么使用的状况，或者是要不要升级这样。
现在在用哈。
4点没在用啊。
4点没有在用吗
？4点整点没有整点啊。
晚班不熟。
问南哥就熟啊。
南哥晾在这边也晾了好久，他也不熟。三鹏现在有在用吗？三鹏现在有没有在用？
三鹏现在录影。
在录影对。
他现在是这个班
啊。
我被拉过啊。
他要去看那边的。
那要变成你说以副控对不对？
对啊，要看只能现在。以副控可以吗？
可以的。
可以吗？
可以啊，对，以副控可以。
要不要等正导播？还是我们就直接
Maybe we go to the other studio we already using.
Oh, you want to do it there? The rest of the training for tomorrow?
No.
Oh.
But the gentleman says that, like we said, we go to there by 4 and to check out the UN condition and see if we need to upgrade.
Okay. Yeah. Does it have 4 more units there, or?
哦，一棚是3个 unit， 3棚是4个 unit。
3 and 4, total 7.
Total is 7.
It's a big customer, right?
Yeah, it's a big customer. Well, the upgrade takes about 20 minutes each. We should check it. Right. Because tomorrow we can always just plug it in and let it go and then go back and check it again.
So how much time will it take?
It takes about 20 minutes to upgrade it per unit.
1 unit 20 minutes.
Yes.
所以这边有工程部门的人吗？需要教怎么升级吗？
But you can upgrade it anytime. I can give we can download it from the internet, or I have a USB stick that I can give you the file. But if it's only, because again, this was the last update was September 2010 last year, so almost a year now, and you've had them for 2 years. 1.5 years. So I would imagine, as long as it has layers in it, there are no more feature upgrades. If it doesn't have layers in it, we should upgrade it. But one very important thing I forgot, and this is also the upgrade. In files, every menu has files, but you can see down here on the bottom, we have you can see 1, 2, and 3. Right now we're on 1, so it's grayed out, and it says you have 2 and 3. I can take this file, it's 5YU. If I take this, highlight it, I guess I have to load it. And now I can say go to number 2. And now, if I close this, I think this is how it works. It's been a while. But I can take one file for one Ultimat and move it to the next in the file transfer. Okay, so if I go to number 2 and go to Files, So now you see on the number 2 unit, it has the file name, then /FT, which means file transfer. So that means I got this from another unit. So if you set up one and you like the way it looks and you want to do all the others the same, you just transfer it to the next unit. So I could now transfer it to number 3, and that file is in all 3 units now. So you don't have to save it in each one. Just transfer it over.
It's a setting over the auto load. I mean, the transfer the file is over setting.
Yes, it's
Includes
this.
the routing stuff.
It includes the settings of your file. It's just taking that file that you set and moving it to each unit. That way, when you come up, you can just load this file on each one of them.
It's just transferred by the RS485.
Yes.
Including the quick file or quick file.
No, not the quick file, just what's in this. Now, I could put this in number 2. If I loaded this file now, I could put it into my quick save file.
Oh, okay.
So in this case, I could go now to and then load it and save it. So now it will be in number 2, and then if I just hit Alt 2, that file will be in number 2 now. So instead of trying to set each one up the same way, you can just transfer it to each one.
Is there any way that we can save it to USB drive or something?
We're working. I think the next version will have that on it. I hope.
12.
Right, Ultimate 12. Well, we have a new product that's supposed to change the world. And it might. I don't know. It's another compositing device, but it's for telepresence, schools, military, conferencing. I'll show them and see if it's worth showing you, but it's not really a broadcast unit.
君姐，君姐，今天有班吗？这5点4点到5点有没有班？
This part.
好，那大家都到了，那我们开始了。
Okay, ready? Just really quick. If you touch this right here, we get the About screen. And this tells you the software version, the remote. Then it also tells you, you can see right here, the video coming in through 1, 2, 3. Right now it says there's 3 inputs, and number 4, there's nothing. Also, it tells you the temperature down here and the code. So this is just for information for you to make sure you have all the inputs. If I touch anywhere inside here, it goes away. To get it back, you just hit the jewel. And then this update here, if I touch the update right there, that will take you to the desktop if you needed to update it or load something. And then to get out of it, oops, I don't have it here. You just double tap on the Smart Remote 2. And we have to activate the unit again. So that's just About screen.
这边就是提到说，当我们点击那个 Ultimate 的最上面的地方的时候，它会可以看到整个系统的设定、系统的状况。那最下面的部分有一个 update 的部分，这个一般来说，我们 update 会是用 RS232的线去做 update，不会在这边做一般的状况。所以那部分。
它那个温度指的是它这台 control 上面的温度，然后它的容许值是到几度？
The temperature is from the main unit, right?
Yes.
是主机的温度。
主机的温度。
对，这 control 的温度应该不太重要，主机是比较重要。
那它容许到多高
The tolerance of the temperature from.
I have to look that up. I don't know.
60,
70?
70?
I think it goes to, was it?
Actually, it's from maybe
the core will go to 180, I believe, or Celsius? No, like 90 Celsius. I'll have to look at it to tell you.
待会它的 menu 在这里说啊
It will give you, it will tell you if it overheats.
it will show some
Yes, yeah. So it'll be an error message. Very important. Now, I think you're going to rack mount this, but there's a fan in the back of the remote. So if you lay it down like this, flat, it could overheat. So you always want to let the air come through here. It's very hard. You forget that it's there because it doesn't stand up very well.
but it's a remote.
Yeah, that's a remote, and it will give you an error message saying it's overheating too.
那原则上它如果出现过热的话，超过它的温度的话，它会出现错误讯息。那注意一下，不要让风扇的地方被挡住就好。
So the next thing is the configure menu, which you probably know about. If we touch this twice, that gets us to the input settings, which we know you can change with a pull-down window here. So you can put any input into there that you want through that. Because remember, it's a router, but the number one input always has to have video going to it, and they all have to be the same format.
这部分我们刚刚提到，就是它其实它的后面的 input 是一个 router， 你可以任意的设定说我的哪一路要是什么。那但是第一路一定是要 digital 的 video 为了要吃同步的问题用。
And maybe I should explain later the UNV. Okay. Then on this side, which I think you know about, is our delay. When you do a virtual studio, you have the background and the foreground. If you move the camera, it sends the data to the VisRT and then moves the background. Background takes some time rendering, so we have to delay the foreground. So built into the Ultimat is this delay line here. You can see right here. And right now this one's set to from the number one input to number two. So it means the foreground is 1, background is 2. And then if I say accept, then this delays the unit. You can see it changes from 0 to 7 frames. And the way to test that is you put someone on the floor or stationary and pan the camera back and forth and adjust this until they lock.
这边提到的就是要调整delay 的部分嘛。那因为当我们拍摄前景跟背景的时候啊，前景透过运算，所以它会有 delay 的问题，所以我们要设定 delay。那原则上我记得我们都是设定2个，我们都设定2个。然后就是要让那个设定是背景去 follow 前景，然后差2个。
Okay?
Make sense？这样大家听懂吗？就是这个其实没有，这个是一定要这样做的，它没有什么其他的参数可以选择。
Okay, if I just hit the file clear, the Ultimat sets the map for you. But if we go to what we call the screen color, which is this one here, if I touch screen color, then it gives me, wrong one. Where am I? There we are. And then it gives me cursor enable. So if I turn on the cursor, it gives me the foreground direct picture. And I don't know if you can see it, there's a little box over there.
Right.
Yeah. Then these knobs down here on the bottom, which allows me to move the cursor. Then I would move it close to somewhere in the foreground subject. Also, if the floor is dirty or you have a bad wall or seam that you want to get rid of, you move that over it, and then you just hit screen color, and it will set the map for you on that blue or green area. So the file clear looks for the best green and sets it. The screen color lets you pick the area.
File clear choose the color by itself.
Yeah, if file clear sets its own color, the
color.
default, it looks for the best green screen.
It's a kind of auto
Yeah, this,
screen select.
right. It's the same as doing the auto screen select.
好，那这个地方主要是我们现在当我们一开始上机的时候，我们要选择我们要被 key 的颜色，像你的是绿色，你就要先选择
有一个叫 cursor enable 的地方，在这个
cursor enable 的地方，然后它的游标那个有一个正方形的cursor， 你可以叫它是游标或者什么，它就会出现在左上角。那你可以去设定说我要 key 掉的是哪一个颜色，你可以调整左右跟上下去调整，抓到你要的颜色。然后去选择使用这个颜色。那它有一个比较快速的方法是，你可以选择在按钮上面的 File Cleaner， 那它会自动去帮你找说，它认为你这个画面里面的颜色哪个是被去掉的。那那个功能跟这边有一个叫做 Auto Screen Select 是一样的。
Okay. Once that's done, we go to the map menu. And so here I have a matte signal that is printing through. So as you see, there's kind of gray on her hand. Then here it's solid white. Actually, it should be the other way. This should be black and this should be white. But so we're just adjusting the matte control and the black gloss to go from this to this. But you notice the transparency is still held here. So you don't want to use this too much. You have to just get rid of this gray area to make it solid. And that's with these two knobs here. Black matte density and black gloss.
接下来我们会把 monitor 设定到 matte， 我们会点选view 里面的 matte 键， 然后你可以看到这一个黑白的画面。那原则上有灰阶的地方就表示它的透明度。就是 alpha 的概念，它有灰阶就是透明度，所以我们要调整 matte 的设定，把它调到全部是只要看到一个轮廓而已。除非你这个案子是除非你这个状况是要让它有透明度的，不然你原则上是要调成像右边这个状况。那是透过 matte 的设定，像是这个或者是这个，这两个。
Okay. What's next? So there's our picture. So you can see that with the right setting, the bubbles are there, the transparency there, her hair looks good. If you use too much of this controls, these will start looking, you won't be able to see through them, and this won't look very good.
所以这个就是刚刚那个实体的合成画面哦。那如果我们刚把这个 matte density 设定成很高的话，它可能画面就会，你可以看到那个泡泡可能就没办法穿透到这边，另外一边就看到那个是一个很假的一个泡泡这样。
Okay. So the next one is shadows. So you can see we have a shadow on the blue screen. The Ultimatte does not make shadows. You have to make it with lighting. Anything the camera sees, we should be able to composite. So you have to light for a shadow.
shadow 的部分基本上不是 Ultimate 产生的，那大家都清楚，它一定是透过你 lighting 你们的灯光和在实际上拍摄的时候灯光产生的一个 shadow， 它只是挪作让Ultimate 可以来使用，让它最后产生在虚拟棚的场景里面的。
Okay, so here's the same thing. We have the shadow, we don't have the shadow. So you notice this looks more realistic than this does. Now with the Ultimatte, you can get this, if you want, by pushing it into a clip. But with the right kind of lighting, we should be able to do this. This looks much better than this. Okay? I'll show you the difference there. don't know if you can see that. It's washed out to me, but okay. So I want to turn this one off?
Yes.
Okay.
So from the Adimachi is the shadow. I mean the broadcasting operation in United States. They
Oh.
always have the
Well, they try, yeah. If they have good lighting, they have good shadow. There we go. Okay, so, oops. So you can see the shadow. Now, she's actually wearing shoes that have shiny surface on it, so you can see the background printing through. Okay, so let me go ahead and just play this. I think this is it. So see as she moves, you see the shadow right there. And you see the reflection in the glass, see the bottle, the white on the plexiglass. So all those look real. But also, you notice there's dirt marks here. So the good thing about Ultimatte is anything the camera sees, it composites. The bad thing about Ultimatte, anything the camera sees, it composites. I'm sorry. I can't give you both.
所以它其实如果 camera 拍到脏点的话，它还是没办法清除掉。
So you see there's a mark on the floor. Yeah, I don't know if it's dirt or what, but it will be there in the composite. If you want to hold this shadow, that will also be there. But you notice the dark shadow in here, and then you see there's some blue spill up here, and it all goes away because of the flares in the Ultimatte. So let's go ahead and just play it again. There's our matte signal. But some of the things, there's some dirt and stuff on here that kind of goes away. And what I want to get with the virtual studio, when you build the background, never make a floor that's like a mirrored or granite, or you want to put texture in the floor. Because when you walk on this and it gets dirty, it will look more natural. But if it's a perfect smooth surface, every time you step on it, you'll see the dirt. So make it textured.
这部分做场景的时候，可能要注意一下，那个地板不要用的太smooth，材质的，对，要加一些材质或者是一些。
So you can see here, and also if even in the United States, people use black as their floor. And they call me up and ask, where is my shadow? I go, your shadow is black, your floor is black, you're not going to see it. So, and even these people with the tennis channel, this is a tennis channel background. I told them to bring up the level of the floor, and they say, oh, there's the shadows. So you don't want to use black, but you notice, like back here, there's different shades of gray. I think it's a circle all the way back here. And then you look at this, and the floor has texture to it. It's not perfect. And that's what makes it look nice when you do the composite.
背景注意在做场景的时候很重要，就是不要把地板做得太漂亮这样，然后可能加一些 texture 在上面。
可以问问题吗？
可以啊，你问。
刚刚那个亚克力的部分，其实都已经反到那个 key 的来了。
对。
可是你 key 出来还是亚克力。
它有一个功能叫 flare。
Yeah.
Mentioned about the glasses.
The blue that was here. That's taken out electronic through the flare in the Ultimatte.
所以像这种高脚椅上面这种反光，其实应该是 key 得到的。
高脚椅的金属的反光就 key 不到，金属的就不行。
现在我们被告知说，你只要会反到那样子的东西，你就不能用。
就是要用。
可是你现在这个植材其实还是 key 得出来啊。
可以啊，可以，但是金属的就不行了。你看他刚才提到那个鞋子的左后方实际的金属是在地板上面。
你的玻璃跟亚克力是 OK 的。
对，那个部分是可以透过有一个功能叫flare，是 flare 的
Flare.
flare，有一个功能叫 flare 可以去做调整的。
杨一斌同学，不要这样弄我。
我没有吧？我们还没上课，现在上课。
Okay, also very important to keep the blue spill off of her. There's also a light on the floor that's putting white light on her. So that helps a lot. So if this is all lit green and I go down here and all the light comes from above, it hits here, bounces up, and makes, especially right here, very green. And sometimes the Ultimat won't be able to get rid of it. That's why we like to have soft light on the floor, so it helps get rid of this green. Also, the green underneath the chin. We have to have light coming from the floor. That's what most people forget to do, and that will help a lot when you do your composites.
就是说，如果像有些状况需要补光的话，你就可以避掉那个被反射上来的颜色的，但这个就要花很多时间去调整的。
所以你们并不在美国，他们并不 care 像这一种的那个沙发所造成的阴影，对不对？
所造成的阴影。
下面其实会都像我们这边不太敢用这种，下面会造成影。
是因为我们都不用shadow，因为他们都会把shadow加到它的常见图群，然后看起来这个画面会很真实这样。所以比如说名字 mentioned about in Taiwan we don't even use this kind of sofa because of the shadow on the edge.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But they thought about maybe in United States, this kind of sofa is very popular.
Yes.
They want to see the shadows.
Right. Yeah.
所以他们在美国，他们其实用了很多这样子 shadow 的东西
What's
在
the
这个沙发。
difference with the metal and the glass? You fix it.
The blue spill in the glass. Right here, okay, you can see we're shooting off the blue screen here, and we want to make the set look bigger than it is, so we have to use garbage mats. And typically, your garbage mats look like that hard edge up on the left right here. And if we bring that window in, you would see all the anomalies on the screen. But if we make it a soft edge, it disappears much better. That's for the garbage mat. So, yeah, they can make it. Yes. He will find out.
这个 mat 的部分就是当我们的场景也许只有这样，我们想要做的像足球场那么大的时候，我们就要把多余的部分用 mat 把它遮掉。好，那原则上这个部分 Lisa 第一会给一个mat 的讯号，然后让它做合成。所以你可以看到你们的棚其实就一层楼，但是你们实际播出的时候会看见好几层楼一样，就是这样一个状况。那他有提到说，如果 mat 可以做 soft 的话，也许会更自然。但是这部分Visa 里产生是没有 soft 的变化。
所以主要人比较成熟。
就是 want to know how to do the soft edge.
Yes, yeah. I think I might be able to find an old email with the explanation. But let me show you. As you can see, hard edge, if the lighting is bad on the screen, you can see the darkening of the blue screen, or in this case green. There's her shadow. So we like her shadow, but we don't like this. So if we make it a soft edge, okay, now we've gotten rid of the dark area because we pushed everything into a clip. We turned on the cleanup, but you'll also notice her shadow is gone too. This is typically what most people do to fix this problem. To fix this problem, they push everything into a clip, and that's where we lose our shadows. So if we use a soft edge, now you see her shadows there again, but notice this area is gone because we blended it in better. But in addition, there's a control called garbage mat cleanup. So what it does, you see this soft area right here, this transition? We only apply the cleanup just in that area. and it gets rid of the uneven lighting so that it will look like, when it's all done, like that. So the soft edge, we apply cleanup or push it into a clip, and the rest of the area we don't. So this one has pushed everything into a clip. Everything is the same, no shadows. This one, we only apply the cleanup right here, not down here. So that's how we can hold those shadows. It's a mask. It's a garbage mask. Right. So let's say if you were shooting this way and you're at the edge of the screen and you had your talent over there, but you saw the rest of the set. You need to bring in the garbage mat from the VizRT. That will force on the background. Now the person can't walk through it because they'll be behind it, but it comes up to the screen, and then you have a hard line there from the garbage mat. So if the lighting is bad, you see that line. Your eye will see the line. But if you make it soft transition, then it blends in better. And then by using this garbage mat cleanup, it makes it disappear. And so now you can hold the shadows on the ground. Oh yeah, the shadows are still, because it's, right, because she's off the screen. The shadows disappear where the mat comes in. But remember, they were gone, oops, which way do I need to go? They were gone anyways. So they were gone right there. Her shadow goes off the screen right here. And we're using the garbage mat to cover this up. So we have to clip the shadow. But we don't want this area. And we don't want no shadow. So we make a soft transition. You can see how it blends in better. And we still have the shadow. And now we still have the shadow going out here. Obviously, she can't be right up to the edge, but this is what we call garbage mat cleanup. But you have to give us a soft edge to make all this disappear nicely.
一般来说，像这样子的一个P 的时候，原则上在台湾的做法一定是把所有的阴影的地方都 P 掉。那在他的意思是说，如果我们可以把 Matte 做的 soft 的话，我就可以同时留下来地上的 shadow， 然后我的手的部分，当我做的 soft 的时候，我会有一部分被 P 掉。那我再用一个叫 garbage matte cleaner。
Garbage mat cleanup.
clean up garbage matte clean up 的功能可以把它做一个像 mask 的功能，把它那块选住不要被 P 掉的。那这个时候我们就可以留下来shadow， 我们也可以看到很 soft 的但是你可以看到这个 shadow 的跟 matte 的中间其实还是有一点点 soft edge， 但是这样子已经减少了，因为我们原本送的是很锐利的一个 edge， 所以看起来就会比较自然一点。啊，这个时候你就同时留下来。
This one is this one.
Yeah.
This RT.
Right. Yes.
And this one also too.
Yes.
And this one is garbage.
Right. Well,
Okay.
it's a soft edge.
Soft edge.
And that one's a hard edge.
This one is your ultimate.
No. That one's going to also be the VizRT.
Oh.
Right now he doesn't know, but it can be done.
Okay.
So they'll give you that.
Now we use it.
Right.
No.
Right. Okay. One last thing. Flare. Now, this is very hard to understand, and I hope you don't fall asleep. But it's how the best thing about the Ultimate is its ability to get rid of blue spill or green spill. Okay? A bunch of blue band-aids. So how it works is white is made up of equal amounts of red, green, and blue, correct? But now, if you're on a blue screen or a green screen, you have red, green, but now the blue is brighter, you have more blue, so now your whites have blue edges on them. So if I'm wearing white and I'm on this green screen, the closer I get to the corners, the more green I have on mine, especially on the edges, which we call flare or spill. So in the Ultimat, we tell the Ultimat, we set a limit. There we go. Red and green stay the same level, but now in the case of a blue screen, it's higher. So if we say in the Ultimat that we can allow blue to rise above green, we cut off all that blue, and now we're just left with that perfect white area and no blue spill or green spill. So that's how it works. We clamp one color to another color in the foreground. So in the case of green screen, green's high. The next lowest color is going to be blue and then red, because this green is not a pure green. Even this green, which is much greener than that, this green is very high, but it still has blue and red in it. Only on a computer can you get a pure green with 0 red and 0 blue. But with fabric and paint, there's always green, blue, red. So the Ultimat says we limit the amount of green in the foreground colors to the amount of blue in the foreground color. Right.
原则上 RGB 产生白色，那在 heat 的环境下面，它的颜色会被反过来，所以你可以看到那个白色的在下面的状况下，白色会旁边会带一点蓝色。那他们现在就是透过数学运算的方式，把这个蓝色的多的右边的 RGB 的多的蓝色部分，把它去运算出来那个 range 在哪里，然后去把你这个 edge 的部分。边缘的部分去掉的，那这是一个数学运算。如果他们的资料里面其实有提到这个部分，好，那要怎么做呢？就是透过Ultimate 的 Flare 的功能的。那这个部分我觉得我们实做会比较清楚。
Okay. I don't know if there's anything more. So here's the talent against the blue screen. You notice all the blue on her hair. But in her hair, there's no green. So the Ultimat says, we won't let this blue go up any higher than the green in her hair. And so that's why it comes back to that. But you notice it's a global adjustment. Even in her flesh tones have a little bit of blue, and that goes minus blue. Does that make sense? Yes. No, it's over the whole subject. Yes, because the skin tone is going to have blue in it also.
We'll calculate the extra blue, and we just focus on that area.
Right.
To eliminate it.
Well, we focus on, this is when you're in a blue screen, so this red and green are the same, but blue goes higher. But we tell blue that we can't allow blue to go above green. So this is the height of green right here. So all this blue is pulled down. This is all the spill on the subject. So the blue is brought back down. You don't see the white bar here, but now the white bar looks like this instead of this. So think of, there's more blue on this white. So you get blue fringes like in the hair. So by limiting the blue to this color, green, we get rid of the blue spill.
So we just eliminated that.
This part of it.
And the edge will.
Right, and that gets rid of the blue spill or green spill in their case.
So let's go back to the middle.
Girl?
刚刚我们看到那个 RGB 的图，其实它多的地方那个 range， 它只要把它清掉之后，就可以把这个蓝色的地方清掉，所以它做了一个the function names flavor
Flare.
就
Yeah.
做了一个 flare 的功能，就可以把那个多余的，我们刚刚看到那多余的那一小节蓝色的地方，就可以把它清掉。那
Because there's the green isn't high in her hair, right? It's red. So red is made up of high amount of red, very little green, and very little blue. But since she's on a blue screen, there's more blue. So we look at that and say, where's the green? Well, it's low. So we have to we suck the blue out of the color. And that's how we get rid of that blue spill. Because there's no green in her.
这个同时啊，它其实它也会影响到你蓝色投射到你的主体或者脸上的颜色也会跟着被打掉。但原则上，那个投射上来的蓝色其实就是我们想要清掉的地方，所以是没问题的这样。
Okay. I guess we can go over that later. Where is the colorization? So I think now this is good. Maybe we would switch to looking at the camera now.
We can move on to the next step.
Right.
我们基础操作的部分原则上到这个地方。如果这个过程中有什么刚刚没有讲清楚的，可以提出来，我们再讨论一下。不然我们就要到下一个阶段去了，可以吗？
会不会讲更里面更一些更细节的东西？因为它很多现在是讲真的很大块，它里面是很多很细项的功能，会要花时间去。
Particularly want to know the detail of the every function, like what.
Yeah, I can go. We can. Might be easier to do it with the camera on, so you can see everything happening. Because that's when I go to the camera, then we'll go over each control and what it does, and set things up so you can see it.
那我们可以就是上机之后，然后还是一个一个跟各位说明的。
下午的课程就有比较有 advanced 的这个操作，下午的课。
Yeah. So. Right. Yeah. I think we're going to do it after lunch, but we can do it now. It's whatever you want to do.
我们是在1个小时啊，那要先下午的课程。
先呢，那原来是排1点开始嘛，对啊，也可以啊。刚才我们再花个10分钟，你们有没有什么问题？大家现场可以再沟通一下，那我们就放在。有没有提问？可以提问一下。这个你可以问他，他手上那块布跟我们这个布这不一样啊。他因为他那个是会，他那是比较强的，会反光，有反光，所以他要弄出来差异性。
如果他弄出来，就很焦虑。
他说他那个比较是。We didn't want to know the your green is better than this one.
Yes, and I'll show you that.
Can you show the William what's the difference in
Okay. Let's see if there's other brochures.
那个太浅的部分，我们在打光上，
所以不要
造成太亮。
像它那个，在我们来讲，我们这个打出来那个，就是要接近背景板，你都会可以那个光都会对，
那个背景就是白色，浅色。
Okay.
刚刚他秀的那个
不是这个意思，就是不要那么亮。
它光就打进去，对对
到80、100，因为看到它有那个灯光的都出来了，你看它多盏。
你背景如果暗的话就不太。
就它的概念里面，它认为它们那样的灯光跟我们这样灯光的布，
你说跟服装有关系，
差异性在哪里？
对啊，
就修不掉。
你像北市有人在后面的时候，感觉上会比较好。看它的背景如果。
Okay. Yeah.
We didn't want to know the because we didn't design this thing. So
可是背景亮不亮不是我们决定的，
The green screen, which
因为
is
到时候都
那
到时候，
个那个网球的那个
那就是叫他们。
可是我记得好像看过，可能好像看过，有可能有时候太在讲，
they think it.
对啊，会有这个，
对啊，
Why they
就
choose
那
this
我
color?
们就
Because
只好
they
弄出来就
use
最
a
好。
lighter
对
green.
可能要再沟通。
对啊，
The lighter green will show
你看他们绝对不会弄那么
after they
那么
they
黑一个那么亮的
the
东西在
lighting
后面，自己
it
挖
will
洞自己
turn
跳
to white.
除非
Yeah, if it's too bright, it turns white. All right. Well, let me just.
对还好。
I'll tell you the difference.
对，会操作。
We work. Ultimat works on a blue-green difference system.
问他们
So in the green, we have green. The next lowest color is always blue, and then red. All right. So the brighter the color, the bigger the difference between the blue and the green. Lets the Ultimat work better. So yours, you look at the difference. It's a lot different. So we're going to see it's not going to matte as well. Also, I can see with my eye texture in the screen. And so the Ultimat will see that. The camera will see it. So the Ultimat will see it. And it might come out very noisy. You might see pixelized texture on it. And so you'll have to push it into a clip to get rid of it. And it will be gone, but so will your shadows. That's why we have to use a very flat green screen.
材质的关系，需要把那个 clip 调更大，然后会把 shadow 弄不见。
So you can see on this one, I mean, we have lights on this area to get rid of the green spill because it's reflective. But you can see, here, let's see.
If we do the green screen, we use the camera control unit, the multi matrix. We just put the green level higher.
Yes, it's a trick I've done. You go into the matrix and you make a key on the green and make it a more saturated green. It does work, but you're still going to have more noise. We can try it, but the problem is I see a lot of different color green. I can see with my eye the texture. With the paint or this fabric, if you go zoom into it, you see the texture. But at a wide enough shot, it's good. But typically, you would use this paint. Then there's also a company called ProPsych, which I'll show you. I think I have a brochure, where they actually make the cove for you, just like you have here. But you could just paint this, the backing, instead of paint it with this color. But the other problem you have is the cove is very short. So you can see, especially right here, even without much light on, you see this white band right here. That's always there because of the curve. You have to use a 1 meter radius, and that white line will disappear. 1 meter radius, so that means if you made a longer curve, yes.
那个导那个弧形可能要再大一点，
越大当然是越会瘦。
对，要不然那条白色的那个就比较减少。
It takes up more studio space, but you can light it out so it's perfect. This will be a problem all the time. So you can see it. You can't see it because it's lit so well. This is actually a cove, but you can't tell because its radius is 1 meter and it's lit very evenly. And so, again, 80% of Ultimat is lighting. The better lighting, the easier for this to work. And that's why I think the next thing I'd like to talk about lighting and just use the camera and the lights that we have and see where we can go from there.
哇塞，我没有来过这里。
不然就
对啊。
接着就继续吧，不然还
那可能就是
因为吃饭时间需要在
之前太湿了，
1个多小时。
所以先吃饭。
机器人种的时候很。
With when you build a virtual floor, it's always perfect. There are no marks on it. But it doesn't look real because it doesn't have imperfections or faults in it. So it doesn't have scuff marks in it. So when you build a floor for a virtual studio, it's good to put marks or lines and different colors in it. Because when you do a green screen, this texture is going to come through. Then also if you're using the paint, it gets very dirty and the dirt shows up. So you want to make the floor look bad to start with. Does that make sense? To have these marks in the floor. Different. So instead of just flat gray, different shades of modeled floor. So it has different colors of gray in it.
我们现在接下来主要是要讲 background 跟 lighting 啊，跟灯光的部分。那他其实一直在提到的是说，如果要把一个虚拟的环境做得像真实的话，其实不应该做一个很漂亮的一个很平整的一个地板，你应该做得比较像是这样子一个自然的地板这样。那你可能会包含了一些材质啊、
瑕疵啊、
对
脏啊、
瑕疵啊，这样
瑕疵跟脏，才会比较接近真实。
谢谢。
Green screen. It should have some background.
No, not necessary. But also, you can't use, if you use a black floor, you're not going to see your shadow. So that's why lighter colors are actually better on the floor. Then also, when you do lighting on the virtual set, when you're outside in the sunlight, you have one shadow from one source all the time. But in the studio, you can have lights, and you're going to have lights all around. So when you build the background, you don't want all the lights aiming one direction. So like for instance, you can say this is the background right here on this pillar. You want to have lights aiming this way, so the shadows go any way you want, all different ways. So when your talent comes in, if you light for the shadow going this way, you might have all going this way. That way it makes sense because it matches the background. If the background, all the shadows are going this way, then you have to make sure the talent shadow is going this way. And that might be very hard to do. It's easier to light for more than one shadow. So your background should have shadows going every different way. And that makes it easier for the lighting in the foreground.
这边提到那个有 lighting 的 lighting 跟 background 从例子出来的 background 的 lighting 是要相对应的，所以当我的灯光从这边照来的时候，我的 background 也是灯的主光源也是在这里。但是你可以设定你的背景是不要有一个固定方向的光源的，你就会比较可以避免这样的问题的。要不然你光在那边决定说你的光，你现场的光要怎么打的时候，可能就会花很多的时间或者很多的精力在上面。
Okay, also in virtual studios you can, I don't know if we can see them here.
Rewind to the screen.
To the green screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how they do the lighting can do that image.
刚刚当然提到说那个弯角部分，那个半径要大，当然这个都是就是你要有很大的空间嘛。你的摄影棚如果很大，你当然可以做很大的弯角，很大的弯角就可以使得灯光很容易处理，不会有造成的弯角不会特别亮或特别暗。
This lighting here looks perfect.
Yes. Well, it wasn't quite perfect. The screen was perfect. They have those are soft lights, 4K, very big. Right. 4K. Yeah. The next year I lit these with Kinoflows. Do you know what Kinoflows are? Yeah. I did the same thing with Kinoflows. My friend, who's the lighting director, we took all these lights off because it was very hot and very expensive. And we replaced them with Kinoflows. And they did actually a better job. And they were cooler and didn't use up as much electricity. So see these lights here, they're only this big. The Kinoflow is twice the size of this. So they light from the very top down to the floor very evenly. And they're usually spaced every 5 feet from center. So, or 1.5 meters? No, a little more, 1.2 meters. So you might need actually 10 of these. How tall is this? 12. These are 4 meters? No, 3 meters? High? Yeah. 4 meters. So the 4 meters, that's 12 feet. So the image, actually the smaller one, what they call the image 45s, would light this all up. But they have 4 lights in them, but they're 4 feet tubes. So they light very flat and even. So like with these, you would need 2 of these lights to equal one of the image 80s or 45s. Because right now, actually, how are you lighting? Oh, you're using. Oh no, you can. Okay, you're using cyc lights. Okay. So the cyc lights work out very well because they're curved. So they work very well also. But we have to see if they basically light flat and even. So what I do is usually I turn the lights on, and I just go to the matte signal in the Ultimat. I take the camera wide, and you can see where it's bright and dark. And that's how I light. And then I tell the lighting director, you need more light here, less light here. But typically, you would light for the talent, and then I take a white card and go to the green screen, and it should be about 95 units, 90 to 90 to 100 units white against the green screen. That's how much light you need on there. I can't tell you the f-stop because I don't know where you light your talent. But don't be fooled by, once you light the screen, it's done, but you still need to light the talent. So you start lighting the talent first, and then any light that hits the floor, you might need to turn off some lights or add some lights. But the light on the screen will probably stay the same once it's lit. So you start with, yes, it might be easier to see than.
So the first lighting is to make the background even.
Right.
And then the talent.
And then you light the talent, and then you bring down or up the light on the screen.
So the main point is and the rest is to adjust the background like tone or something.
Right.
这部分主要在提 lighting 的事情啊。那 lighting 原则上，他们也不希望说你一味的打光打到全部都是一个颜色，然后他会去拿一个白色的white color 来 white color。
Yeah.
That's for the adjusting the iris.
Right.
那去看那个光度是在
90 to 90 to 100 units on the wall.
但那个光度是90%几的时候，然后那个光是你们的最大值，然后再去把其他的光度调低，这样，所以超过那个光你变往白的方向走。 后第一个是环境光，然后第二个是主体光，第三个是平光。光源，那这个部分我觉得我们应该待会会实际的时候可以再详细的操作。
你是指它的镜片要不能超过，只能到90几个 IRE 就对了。
照他的说法是这样。
那90几个 IRE 就已经几乎已经爆掉了。
不是，
在地设来讲，
它主要是对它那个白色的那张那个 card， 你不要
只要白色的部分，我白色的部分不能超过但意思说不能超过90几个 IRE。
就以那个为最大值，
他那张白纸为
最大值，对，哎，那你多打的光就是多的，对啊，多的就是多的，你就算把它打的全部变白的，没意义啊，
是没意义啊。那你
所以你就看那个
以白色镜片来讲，在微放上就不能超过100个 IR， 那在绿色就可能剩多少？
他讲的是说，我们以一张白色的东西在场景里面把它打的时候，透过微缝看
90 to 100
这个
units.
东西当
Yeah.
基
You
础。
want it to be. It's hard to tell because each screen like this will be like 85, 90 because it's very bright.
也要考虑
Yours
所谓的
probably be
边
around
就是
60 units because it's
主
very.
播跟背景之间的平衡的问题嘛。那他现在讲的是说要有一个基础嘛，就用一张白色的当一个标准。那一个光打过来，我们先不要讲摄影机的那个 iris 的问题，我们把这个东西打到90%几当做一个主标准，其他的旁边的周边的光就一路量嘛。如果说有爆掉的，超过了，那就是 over 了，所以说一定要往下降，对不对？让它平均。他是说以这东西来当做一个技巧跟尺度。
我们只能先定，如果这样呢，只能先定光圈。
对，当然是以定一个光圈来衡量啦。那之后当然你还要平衡说背景跟这个主播之间的问题啦。
没有，我就是定背景的光圈啊。如果我开光圈开到4，我以背景不爆为原则，那其他就是再来补人啊，再来修人啊。
对，
就只能这样。
像是这样，对。
Okay, so as you can see, with this key light, her shadow goes up on the wall. And you probably don't want that because then it will give away the virtual studio. If you see your shadow crawling up the wall and the virtual goes beyond that, it doesn't look real. So we have to use short shadows. So the light obviously up high and the shadow maybe only a few feet out from the person. Because you just need the presence of a shadow to make it look right. It doesn't have to be a long, long shadow. And in this case, you don't have a lot of room, so you want to make it a short shadow. You don't want it to go up the wall.
至于 shadow 的部分呢，原则上他们不会做这么长的 shadow， 因为我们 shadow 到最后会碰到墙壁就会变形，那就变起来看起来更奇怪的。所以他建议说，我们的 shadow 就是做大概就在我们旁边附近的，然后看起来是有 shadow， 然后看起来很真实，但是不要太夸张就是。
And also the light that lights the talent up also lights the floor up. So if we made everything flat and even, we lit the walls and the floor, and then you bring in the key light, the light on the floor would be too bright. So we have to turn off some of the lights that were lighting up the floor. One, to make the shadow look right, and not to overexpose the green or the talent. So I light backwards. You start with lighting the talent, and then add the fill light to light the floor to make it even. So, well, you start lighting the talent, and the light that hits the talent, as you can see, also hits the floor. So that light is already lighting the floor. So you might have to turn off some lights that were lighting the floor before.
主要就是当我们对我们的主体的光已经调整好之后，那它投射到地上的还是会有很多不同的光源来的位置，所以你可能要把上面的光源有一些要 turn off 要关小一点，或者是怎么样，避免你有很多个不同的shadow 这样。
Yeah, then the other thing is, I said earlier, if you're standing on a green floor, you have green coming up underneath, and then in the folds of your pants, all this is green because the light bounces on the floor and comes up. So we have to add some soft light like this on the floor to come up to get rid of this green spill. Well, it's very soft, so it's not. It's coming up here, not on the floor.
不允许。
就是如果还有一些反上来光，可能还是要用光去补啊。
因为那如果没有
没有
办法
地
放地灯的话，
灯怎么办？对
怎么办？
那就透过它去补。
你问他if we don't have the floor light,
Mm-hmm.
we can't use the floor light. How can we?
How do
If you can't use the floor light,
Yeah.
It's very hard. I don't. You're going to need, if, like for instance, if you go for a close-up, like this, then you want to put like a white card underneath them or black, so you don't see any green coming up into them.
But we also have one camera, very long shot.
Right. If you're doing both at the same time, then you can't get rid of the green. You have to add light on the floor to brighten
We
them.
also have the long shot and we can't use it.
Well, but you can put the garbage mat in the front too, on the floor, so to hide the light. Is that what you're worried about?
Put a camera.
Or is it the cameras?
No, we can't.
还有没有任何的照片可以显示他们那个地灯怎么打？
You get the picture of the from the shot from the rear side.
From
like
the,
like we can see how do they put more light on the road. The rear.
I don't know if I have anything showing that.
I don't think you have that in your PowerPoint. But any
No.
other than JPEG or something.
I need to put more in here, but so this is a shiny object right here. I told them not to make it, but they did it anyway. Okay, so there's green in front of that object, so it turned green. All of this turned green. So I had the lighting department put lights on the floor, and then they put straw gels on it to give it a golden look, and that got rid of the green spills. But you can see the lights on it. See, if I don't have lights on it, it's dark. You have to light it. If there's no light, it doesn't look right either. And if there's no light with a green screen, then it looks green. And what happens is you'll see this background in here. And we're not seeing that because we lit it. So that's why it's very important. You have to have white light. The KinoFlow makes a light smaller than this. It's about this big. And it has diffusion on it. And I use it all the time when I do a virtual set. And just 2 of them would be enough at 45-degree angles to light up the talent. I mean, and sometimes you might need to move them. If they come around and walk on one side, you actually might need to move the light. It's, in the beginning, people thought virtual studios, you could do it in a closet, very small, and you don't have to change the light. But we've always told them, no, you have to light for your set. So I think a lot of the virtual studio companies, unfortunately, think you just put up a green screen and you're done. But Ultimate's always said, no, you have to light it. You still have to light it. Doesn't make it easier. It might make it harder, but not easier. You have to light it, and one of the things is adding light from the floor.
所以他一开始说的，其实80%才是在来剪的，然后 Ultimate 能做的是20%。
所以现场还是要灯光师在移来移去。
就是需要有很多要调整的地方。
Because you could even use, actually I use these cove lights, these cyc lights here, to light that up. We put gels in them and dimmed them, and then I had them they wanted it to be yellow, so we put a straw gel in front of it, and we actually had, because it was curved, we needed 3 of them, one in the middle and one on each side, just to light that up.
3个灯，
You can see 1, 2, 3. But once that was done, we never had a problem.
所以补光是很重要的，像它光那个前面就补了3盏灯这样。
你可以帮我问他这个节目是一次录的还是分卡录？
你应该问这个节目有几个 camera 吧？
不是，
对，他是问 live 是不是 live？
It's a live
Is program live?
Yes,
program.
yes.
It's live program. Okay.
Sometimes it was live, sometimes it was taped, but they had 3 sets, and each one was lit. Sometimes we had to pull lights out and put lights back in. The floor lights usually. All the rest of the lights were set.
我就放在那里。
The live program we can just put in.
No, but if you have a set piece, that set, you're not moving the set piece in and out, right? It stays there. So there, you need to light it. So,
All the time.
all over the place. Well, the further back they are, I mean, you still need light to come up from underneath, but as long as they don't come and sit down on the green screen, it shouldn't be a problem. You need to find the best scenario for their walk. If they're going to walk back and forth, you have to light for that walk. Just if they had a key and you wanted their shadow, you have to, if this is the key light, they're brighter here than they are over here. So you have to take the key light and put we call them scrims, material that makes it darker on this side and brighter on this side. So you'd have to put that in the light right here. So as I walk towards the light, I stay the same level. As I walk away, now the scrim is not in effect. It's only half a scrim. So now I'm brighter. I'm the same level at here as I am here. Same with the floor. You have to, if they're going to walk that way, this light might be further back than this light. But there's no way around the lighting. You have to light the talent.
所以灯光很重要。
他要发了。
有没有听到？好难。
灯光很重要。你如果
多一倍人力
要求在每个地方的 lighting 是一样的亮度的话，其实就是要加很多盏灯。然后甚至你会经过的地方，你应该地灯就是要固定，要每个地方都要经过这样。
But that's what we want to do after the break is light the talent. And we'll, do you have any more of these lights that we can put on the floor, that we can move?
有吗？有没有多的那个冷光灯？
现在没有。
可以拆一盏下来吗？
拆一盏，哇，用
你就叫去三鹏打做事给我看就好了嘛。
三鹏有在用吧？
没有在发。